there anybody there? I think it says there are two people at the top. Okay, we shall wait a few minutes for people to arrive. Do you know what? I don't even have a beer open at the moment. That's that's how rushed the preparation has been at the end. Look, I just had to arrange the lights and check the brightness and get myself on screen. Get my doggie on the bed. She was just eating her tea. And I've got a fucking mosquito in here again. This current fly spray doesn't seem to be doing its thing. It really doesn't. I've only had it about a week and a half, and I'm about a third of the way through the can. They normally last me a good couple of months. Okay, folks, shall we begin? The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. I am Delta Mike. Can't hear me. Anybody else? Sound is on. Very quiet. How about now? I did used to have a safety pin lying around. Sound is a bit quiet. I don't think I can control the volume. Sound a bit quiet or a lot quiet? We had this once before where the microphone port got blocked, but I don't think I've got. Hold on. Have I got. There's a box here for my phone. Have I got a. I don't know whether I've got a watch it removal tool. SIM card removal tool. No, not in this one. I've got no idea, folks. Hold on. I've got to try and find something. I've got to find something thin and sharp, pointy. Used to have safety pins laying around. Now I don't know. Let me borrow the light. No. Oh, what a fuck up. What was this then? Here we go. Here we go. Hold on, everybody. Hold on, just a minute now. This is the only thing I can think. Give me a minute. I got a SIM card removal tool. I don't even know which of these two holes it might be. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Any better? Is it any better yet? That's the only thing I can think to do other than switching to the tablet. Talk to me, guys. Not much better. Let me give it one more go. I honestly do not know which one of these holes is the microphone, or if they both are. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Any better? If not, we'll go the other route, which wouldn't be my first choice. Better. A lot better? Like back to normal better, or just a little bit better? I can't think what would cause that, folks. I haven't been anywhere, I haven't done anything. It's not like being in pockets, it shouldn't be full of dust or anything. You need to face the phone. Well, I shouldn't need to. Just a little. I'm going to step out, folks. I'm going to step out and I'm going to come back in on the tablet and see whether that's better. Okay? Bear with me. How do I do this? It's been a while. I think I just go to a different program, don't I? It won't let me. Ah, bear with me. I'll be right with you. Gonna do that. It's not letting me pick it up on the tablet, so I'll have to just carry on here. I don't know, folks. I don't know what that's about. Where was I? I was about to introduce us all, wasn't I? Fuck. Let's give this a go. The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. I am Delta Mike, or at least he's a character I play on the internet, maybe. Down and out. Homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Someone who lives rough on the streets, or in my case, in a field. That's Delta Mike, and that's down and out. Torrevieja, that's a city on the southeast coast of Spain, Costa Blanca South, in the Alicante region. So that's Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. This is a TrampCast Hangout. TrampCast Hangouts are the more informal of the programs I do. It's just me talking with you guys in chat. Sometimes I bring topics along with me, sometimes not. I do still have this tickly cough thing going on, although I am starting to move some crap a little bit, but that just might be from coughing too much, aggravating things. Sounds better now. Well, that's ridiculous. Batman, yeah, okay, I remember that name. Hello. Okay, folks, shall we make a start? What kind of week have you had? Why are you not out trick-or-treating? Or, I don't know, Friday night down the pub or something? What are you all doing sat at home listening to a tramp prattle on? Struggling with his technology in a field? Oh, here's what we haven't done so far. Let's do this, because tradition. Hey, babe. Here she is. Hey, Tina girl. Are you on camera? I think you are, when my hand's not in the way. Hey, babe. Yeah. That's okay. She doesn't like the fireworks, folks. In Spain, any occasion means fireworks. I should just put the blanket back over her. Here we go, babe. Yeah. So for 6 months now, folks, we've just slept on top of the blankets, on top of the covers. We haven't been in bed until, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks ago. And even now, I'm on top, and I just got one blanket over the top, and half the time I'm too hot, even with just that. I don't know what the current temperature is, but I'm about to find out. It's not as hot as it has been. 20 degrees currently in Torrevieja. That's not bad for 10 o'clock at night. Go away. Try to spam me with something. But yeah, what about where you are? How is the weather? How's the weather back there? Batman Rubin. I assume Rubin's your real name. 45, bit old for trick or treating. Yeah, I think we could all say that. I don't know what I did to fix it, folks. I had 2 goes at prodding around in the microphone um, openings, apertures, ports, whatever you want to call them. That didn't fix it, but stepping out and stepping back in did fix it. Cold and wet, about 10 degrees in the UK. Yes, I think that's the usual pattern, isn't it? We're usually 10 degrees. We're usually approximately 10 degrees offset from back home. Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, Roger's in Spain, 16 where he is. Um, yeah, okay. Anybody else? I'm just going to scroll back to the beginning because there's probably people saying hello that I missed. Oh, no, it was Roger. Okay, Oscar's in the house. Asking how am I and Tina? Well, he asked how are you and Tina, meaning me. It sounds weird, doesn't it? Saying how am I and Tina? Um, we're good, mate. We're good. Quiet week on the whole. I think. Oh, I do have some news. Those of you that were present for Scruff Dog's Wednesday night stream will have heard already. But I have taken the plunge regarding my purchase decision that I've been pondering the last, I guess, month or so, isn't it? Maybe more. Ryan came down a few weeks ago and I tested his portable fridge freezer, his camping fridge freezer. I've taken the plunge. I bought almost the exact same model. I went for the largest of the. There are one model comes in 3 sizes. I went for the largest because I'm static. We'll see how that goes. Should be arriving. It's going to be arriving at a friend's house on Monday, and I'll probably get it Tuesday or Wednesday, I would imagine. So we'll see how that goes, folks. This should be the biggest upgrade to my life, probably since getting the solar panel and the EcoFlow. Yeah, I think so. So yeah, let's see. Just scrolling forward through all the very quiet stuff with the microphone, and then it's better. Jack Attack said phone was fine. He was the first to say it was fine, I think. Yeah, turning off and on again, the classic fix for 99% of problems. The second prodding worked. Okay. I'm not going to say that. Rob B, I saw that you'd released one of your mixes, Halloween mix. I didn't get around to listening to it, mate, but I will. Heavy showers, -2 degrees in the morning. Last few days scraping car windows. Give us a reminder, mate. You gotta be somewhere in Scotland at that. No, in fact, even that's a push. Not sure. Karen's in the house. Jack Attack and Karen. How did the monster help with? He did the mash. Oh yeah, okay. Jack Attack started with the dad jokes. Oh shit! Do you know I haven't coughed all day hardly. It's only when I've come to go live it's kicked in. There's got to be a nervous element to this, a psychological element. But Glasgow, -2 in Glasgow in the mornings, first thing. Let me have a sweet. That's an idea. Let me remember to do live chat. Look at you all. You're raring to go with the thumbs ups this week without me even asking. Thank you. I appreciate that. I will. I will. I will suck on a sweet. Oh, eucalyptus and menthol. Well, eucalypto e menthol. But yeah, you get the idea. Take a swig of beer first. The beer doesn't taste great with kind of mint type things in your mouth. Sorry, slurping off the edge of the tash again. Okay, folks. So yeah, that was my big news for. I think that's the. Is that my only news of the week? Pulling the trigger on the purchase. I think so. I can't remember the brand name, but Roger there will better tell me, or maybe I can just look it up here. Eh? I'll be cool. I'll be cool. Give me a second. I'll confirm that by going here. Into that conversation there. Don't know how far back I have to go. Just bear with me, folks. It is an Alpicool NCF portable electric car fridge. Yeah, well, car, home, camping, travel. Yeah, you know how they like to stuff the keywords in the name. A bit of keyword stuffing on Amazon. But I went for the 55-litre version, the larger of the three options. Like I said, mainly because I'm static, so porting it about isn't a factor. It is expensive though. I'm not gonna. I don't think I've told the price before. I don't think, but it's drained the PayPal account more or less. I got maybe 2 or 3 weeks worth of money left in PayPal, a little bit on my prepaid card, but the purchase is done. It will be arriving at a friend's house any day now, and within a day or two after that, it'll be here with me. I shall spend this weekend working out where I'm going to put it. I'm just trying to work out. I'm going to be running it off the 12-volt car port, the 12-volt socket. So I don't think I need any adapters or double adapter. If I was running it off the socket, off the normal AC socket, I would have probably had to get an extension, like a double adapter extension lead thing. Because I'm still having to run the fan occasionally. Only about 2 days this week. But this afternoon it got warm again. Hot inside the tent. So I had to put the fan on. And weirdly, my phone has stopped talking to the EcoFlow. Probably just needs a reboot on the phone or an off again, on again. The tablet talks to it fine. I thought it was the EcoFlow that was playing up, but when I discovered that the tablet was still talking to the EcoFlow fine, it's just the phone. Maybe something's updated and it just needs a reboot. We shall see. Howdy doody. I like that. Hello from Port Glasgow. Hello. Oh, Karen, look at this. It's your birthday soon, she says. Okay. Karen's on the grift on my behalf, folks. Can you tell? It was indeed Alpicool, Roger. Yeah. It's your birthday soon. It's about a month away. It's a good 4 weeks away, anyway. As is the tradition within my family, I will put the Christmas decorations out on my birthday. When I was a kid, people considered that particularly early. The end of November was considered too early for Christmas decorations. Now I see people with them out already. Christmas decorations are up before Halloween's even here. I think the fireworks have quietened down a bit. Either that or I've distracted myself into not hearing them. But it's telling that Tina's at this end of the bed. Normally, she's by my feet and I get the arse end. Hello, babe. You're not on camera, are you? No. Maybe if I tilt it a bit more. See if we can keep Tina. I think she is, but too dim. Just the lighting a bit, and she kind of comes into view, but only just because the light flares out. Where was I? What was I talking about? Is it the fridge freezer still? Oh, birthday soon. Karen on the grift on my behalf. Don't be doing that. Nice idea, but I'm all right for now. I got a month or so. Yeah. Now I said last week we were going to get out and about a little bit more this week. Didn't really happen for one reason or another. A couple of short walks with her, but we haven't been out. Short walks with a chariot, but nothing. I want to start going off like into Torrevieja. I think this has stopped the cough, but I'm struggling to keep it in my mouth while I talk. Without teeth as a barrier, things want to just come out. Hey. What's your favourite place in England? Oh, wow. I don't know. I got childhood memories of seaside towns on the east coast. Bridlington, Whitby, Cleethorpes. We had a caravan there every summer for about 5 or 6 years. I didn't dislike Morecambe. The whole Morecambe and Lancaster area wasn't too bad. It's probably degraded now. I don't know. I worked in London for a little over a year. That was good as a 2021, but I worked too much, so I didn't get a chance to fully enjoy the fact that I was there. I don't know. Favorite place? Interesting question. We used to do this. If you watch the earlier, was it the live streams? I think it was the early live streams. So TrampCast, I don't know what number it would have started, but I did a getting to know you section. Basically, I cribbed a lot of, these kind of getting to know you questions from off the internet, and I'd answer 2 or 3 at the beginning of each TrampCast. But I ran out of questions, so that section ended. And currently, TrampCast seems to be in abeyance itself. So, for those of you that are new and don't know, TrampCast is supposed to be where I discuss the recent week, 7 days in the life of. But I'm over 2 months behind now, for one reason or another. One of the reasons has just been my laziness. Occasionally, I've thought about doing one, and then the weather turns bad. I don't know. It will come back, but yeah, the early TrampCast, not the Hangouts, but TrampCast proper, TrampCast. Probably the first 20 or 30 TrampCasts, somewhere in there. I couldn't tell you. But favorite place in was it in England or Britain? In England. All that Flamborough Head. I loved Flamborough Head, just outside Brid. I said Cleethorpes. We were there for years. Every holiday. So every time there was a week off school, we'd be on the train either the night that we left school or the next morning off to Cleethorpes via God, which way was it? Oh, we'd go to York and then across to. Was that? Hold on. Was that? That might have been going to Morecambe. How did we get to Cleethorpes? It was definitely by train. I just don't remember the route. Oh, I don't know. I don't remember. Rob B wants to see Norwich. Norwich. That doesn't that remind me? Is that Sale of the Century? Live from Norwich. Nicholas Parsons, wasn't it? Yeah. That's pretty much all I know about Norwich. Never been to Norwich that I know of. Truro, we visited Truro down, is that Cornwall? That was nice. Torquay, Torbay, all of that we did on a school trip when I was about 10 or 11. That seemed nice. That was a nice place. They put the effort in. I remember walking down some fairly steep hills and like stepped footpaths, but they had lights shining under the bushes and things, which kind of impressed me in 1977, 78. That looked like a really nice place. Visited a model village and stuff. It's a place I thought I'd always want to return to and have another look at, but I've never got back there. I think someone was asking me the other week, where would I go in the UK? Where would I live? And I mentioned I have to return to the Morecambe Lancaster area to sort my bank stuff and money out. But then where? With a decision, if you're starting over with a decision and you've got the whole of the UK kind of as your, like the world is your oyster, but it's only the UK, where would you pick? Don't know. My adult life, I've always lived at the coast, so that's a thing. I don't know. Roger used to go to Cleethorpes from Nottingham for caravan holidays. Do you remember which site you were on? I don't remember the name of the one I was on. It was opposite, a little over a main road and a roundabout. There's a place called Beach Home or Beach Combers, Beach Home or Combe. But we went on that one. We'd visit there for their swimming pool and slot machine arcades. Our campsite had an open air swimming pool, but wasn't heated. This other one was a little bit heated. But they had events and music playing and things, whereas our campsite was just a basic bog standard pool. Or we'd walk down into town. On the edge of town was a swimming pool, and again, when you dove in, you got brain freeze. It was so cold, and if you got out and ran around the pool, you were shivering. It'd be that cold. British summers, most of the time, folks. You'd get that occasional year like 76 and 70. I think 77 was okay, but 78 was another good one, I think. There was a spell of good summers and heavy winters, lots of snow in winters. Around about that time, latter half of the 70s. You don't seem to get those anymore. 1989 is the last good, like really, really great summer that I remember. Now, whether that's because then I became a grown up and I was working but I was working in '89, but I remember it being a glorious. That was the year I was in London, and as soon as the sun came out, all the ladies were out in their dresses or short skirts or strapless tops. 20-year-old bloke in London, and everyone's walking around almost undressed. Marvellous. Tina girl. It's okay, babe. Tina's okay. You hearing the people, or was it fireworks? I wasn't concentrating on you. I'm not sure, sweet. Daddy was talking to the peoples. Not trying to ignore my girl. I don't want to ignore my girl. And chat's disappeared. I'm just gonna top chat and then live chat again. Oh, I didn't mention this at the start, folks. By default, YouTube will put you on what's called top chat, which is a filtered selection of messages. If you want all the messages, if you want all the messages, you want to pick, I think they call it live chat. All messages are visible, it says here. The wording may vary on by platform or app. Hold on. Rob B went to Rye a few years ago. Mermaid Inn. Okay, Roger doesn't remember. He was 9 or 10. It's okay. I was about the same age when we first went to Cleethorpes, probably. From then until I was about 14 or 15. Well, we hopped the Pennines when I was 15. Or just before I was 15. A month or two before. So we must have sold the caravan maybe 6 months earlier. But, yeah. 9 or 10 onwards. Bridlington was a big one for me when I was 5 or 6. You remember those? You put money in and there'd be a dummy of either a clown, a policeman, or a sailor, and they would just laugh and laugh and laugh. And the policeman's waving his truncheon, but laughing. I loved those when I was 4 or 5. Absolutely loved them. I used to drag my parents down around the harbour and around the slot machine arcades. I think some of these things weren't even outside slot machine arcades, they were just outside shops. Yeah, I got all my memories from being kind of 3, 4, 5. I remember loads. Yeah. I remember more than other people tend to about those years. Have you ever been to Edinburgh? Gosh. No, I don't think so. I've been to a place just south of Glasgow, but not in Glasgow, visiting a friend. We lived in Dumfries for a while. I think. Did we used to go to Lockerbie is there a Lido? Is there an open air swimming pool somewhere near Lockerbie? Maybe not in Lockerbie. I've got half a recollection of that, but I'm not sure how certain I am of that. Whether I've got the name right. But yeah, we lived in Dumfries for maybe 9 months. Before that, we lived in Penrith for 6 or 7 months, moving around with my dad's work. Yeah. No, I should do more with Scotland. I should do more. I should have visited that more. Yeah, it's interesting. There's lots of things I should have done in life. I think we can all look back and say that I didn't travel enough. Me and the missus didn't really travel around. I said the other week that when we first met, I told her I was quite boring, and she didn't believe me. It took her a while, but she discovered I was in the end. We didn't go many places. Just busy getting on with life, working, paying off a mortgage, doing the things, starting a business. You get engrossed in these things and trapped by them to an extent. And you always think, oh, next year, and 18 or 16, 18, 20 years later, you look back and think, Should have done more. Should have travelled more. Should have visited more places. Didn't have much in the way of holidays, really. Honeymoon to Tunisia. Revisited Tunisia, what, 10, 12 years later? After my father-in-law died, we brought the mother-in-law out. Don't do that, guys. Holidays. I don't really remember any. Too busy working. Oh, we went to Benidorm once, and we came out to Torrevieja with the in-laws for the odd week. 3, maybe 4 times. Funny how I forgot about that, isn't it? I forgot about Torrevieja. I don't know. Nobody else talking to me. What about you guys then? What about you guys? Where are the places you like? Where have you been? Where are the places that you've holidayed? Countries you've visited, maybe? Let's throw it back open to you guys. I actually can't see through the... I've got the usual white band across the top with that pinned link. Did you say there's 15 of you here at the minute? Okay, that's quite high. And 11 thumbs ups. Go on, you know you want to. Oh, look at this. See what I can... Oh, she's moved. Go back down. She got a chin on my leg. I wasn't gonna put the light on. I was just gonna turn it and see if you could see her. But look at her. Watch this. She was just looking at me, but she's lifted her head up now. Hey, babe. Lay down. Lay down. Relax. She's on edge. If she hears kids because of the stone throwing, if she hears children, she's on edge, or if she hears fireworks. Luke, hello, Luke. Lived in Benidorm 10 years and it all went wrong. Brexit didn't help. Yeah, this is true. I'm not taking sides on the Brexit debate, but yeah, certainly movement backwards and forwards or being a Brit out here. The mood certainly changed especially during the negotiations, I felt. There was quite a bit of anti-British sentiment at times, and a lot of people, a lot of people moved back to Britain just because uncertainty. Robbie went to Amsterdam and loved it. There's a lot of possibles there, Rob. I'm not sure. Where are we going? Are you in the cafes with the smokes? Oh, gummies. Or are you in the shop windows with the ladies? Yeah, it's all right, Luke. I translated onto in already for you, mate. When I read it out, don't worry. Oh, and then COVID. Okay. Then COVID as well. Okay, no, I didn't. Oh yeah, lived on twice. You've done it, yeah, on instead of in. Rob's laughing and not answering. He's non-committal on whether it was the whether it was the smokes or whether it was the shop windows. I didn't mean, yeah, okay. I went to Holland for a business conference. And a lot of the guys on the plane were doing the obvious. Yeah, they were all lined up for the red light district and the cafes or whatever you want to call them. They're young lads though, young men. I guess young people in general do stupid things, don't they? Not necessarily stupid, but sometimes. But yeah. But they were loud and proud about where they were going and what they were going to do. Um, there was no subtlety about it. Those poor flight attendants putting up with those guys. They were already 3 sheets to the wind before they got on the plane. Then they were asking for drinks. Some of them had picked up, I think they'd picked up some duty free on the way out, and they were trying to open that and drink that on the plane. Are you whimpering? Oh, was it fireworks? It was fireworks, wasn't it? I hope it was because you've just been walked, so I hope it's not the other. I'm here. If you come further up, I can cuddle you more easily. Come here. Come on. Come here. Oh, you've fallen off the bed as well at that end. You're a silly one, aren't you? Come here. Oh, sorry, folks. Trying to get Tina in shots, and I got my hand over there. I got. Let me see whether I can just turn this brightness up. Whether that no, that's down there. Can you see a Tina? Against my hand, you kind of can, but not in her own right. Yes, sneaking away. She doesn't like the bright lights, folks. That's too low. Middle setting. Let's have a look. Is there more? Nice camera quality tonight. Shouldn't be anything different to any other night, I don't think. But we had a problem with sound early on. But I used to drink them beers, the little crates of 12. These 33 mil, 33 centilitres, sorry. 33 mil wouldn't be much, would it? Yeah, you rarely see 500 mil. I don't think I've ever seen 440 in Spain. Some places I can see, I occasionally see 500 mil, but yeah, no. Kevin from Ireland steps into the chat. Manchester U999. Took a year off work in 2008. Spent it in South America. Would recommend Argentina and Chile. Hold on. It scrolled on me. It started moving on its own. Stunning scenery, steaks, vino, and all that. What's that area called? Is it Tierra del Fuego that overlaps Argentina and Chile? Just don't crash on a mountainside. Yeah. Okay. Was it a rugby team? I think we've had this conversation before. Yeah, the rugby team. Might have been football, but in my head it's rugby. Argentina and Chile, stunning scenery, steaks, vino, and all that. Sounds nice. I would imagine the flights are expensive, no? That's a long way away. What are you looking at? 8, depending on where you land, 8 or 9, a good 8,000 miles away. As I remember from 1982, with yeah, and if you're in Argentina, avoid that conversation. Las Malvinas and all that. Because they're still after it, aren't they? They're still after it. Roger's off, going to get his head down. Good night, sir. Patagonia. Okay, the movie was Alive. Yeah, that's the one. Slicing up some frozen meat and eating it raw while still frozen. Survival, folks. You got to do what you got to do, haven't you? Speaking of which, actually, this ties in. So I've been reading a book. Not reading, listening to an audio book. I have actually read the book once in the past, but I'm old and lazy now. Is it called 1 second after or 1 minute after? It's a post-apocalyptic. Well, it's an apocalyptic thing. All the electric goes off, and it's a story of the survival of a village or small town in America and how they get by. And the cannibalism thing kind of ties in. Um, but I had a theory on something that a trick that they missed in this book, survival wise, and this won't appeal to everybody. But at the start, there were some cows and some pigs still on the farms, and they ended up more or less eating all of them. But as people started dying off and they're burying the bodies, it occurred to me that there was a lot of pig food going to waste. Um, how do you do it? Would you make it volunteers? Not volunteer as in you're volunteering to die, but you ask everyone who's on their last legs, everyone who's starving to death, can we feed you to the pig after you're gone? So you feed the people to the pigs get nice and fat, and then you eat the pigs. And for the last, maybe for the last month or so, you keep the pigs clean. You feed them on acorns or whatever else you've got lying around. You don't let them have people in the last month or two. I don't know. But that would have been my way of my suggestion for improving their lot. Um, just planting people in the ground when everyone's on the verge of starvation seemed like a waste. Did take it was about 16 hours. Roughly speaking, each episode of the audiobook was about an hour. So I got through it in about 3 or 4 days because I got time on my hands, folks. But I couldn't help but um, that was my way of avoiding cannibalism in that situation. Feed the people to the pigs and then eat the pigs. And in this book, it went on for about a year, this big power cut thing. Well, it went on for more than that, but they were rescued. Contact was established, the military arrived, and things started to normalise. It was EMPs, electromagnetic pulses, that had wiped out the entire grid, and that's not easy to fix. Um, did I get it? There was a biddy on the side. But I just thought that was a workaround to avoid. Only 20% of people survived in this town. And across the rest of America, it was asserted only 10% survived. And you had all the roving raiding groups, you had the cannibals, you had all of the Mad Max stuff that you would expect. But it's an interesting book. Like I said, I've read it in the past, and now I've listened it through with somebody else reading it to me. I do the prepper thing a little bit, and I was kind of prepper mindset even before this, which leads me on to another one. I was on a prepper site, I think it was yesterday, maybe the day before, and I posted that at the minute I feel fairly well set up for surviving. The question on the site was about surviving a week, but I've got quite a bit of water here at the minute, thanks to Karen and Co. I've got food, um, packet mash, packet soups. I think it's a 5 kilogram bag of potatoes that I just dipped into. There's a 2 or 3 kilogram bag of onions. Loads of other stuff that people have dropped off that I haven't got to yet. So I got water, I got food. I'm off grid, so I'm I got solar, I got the EcoFlow. Any day now, I've got my fridge freezer arriving. So I posted about my circumstances and that actually kind of all right for the short to near term. And now I'm in an argument with some guy who says bollocks. That was his one word answer. Bollocks. Apparently, you can't be a tramp and have a month's worth of water, a bit of electric, and a fridge freezer on the way. It's not allowed. Now, I use the word tramp a little bit performative. I mean, yeah, I'm homeless, I'm in a field, I'm in a tent, but I got a bit of a technology mindset, which I've turned a little bit to my advantage by getting online and talking to you guys, spreading word of my situation. And as I put it once upon a time, making myself available to be helped. Usually without asking too directly, occasionally, but not too often. Which leads me to the PayPal donate link across the top of the chat. Mainly put there because if I don't put it there, somebody new will come along and will start mouthing off that they want to help me and that I'm not helping myself. And I banned the last one, didn't I? He got so argumentative and aggressive and sweary about it. I fucked him off. And I think for the next week or two, we used his name as a slur within chat. That was maybe a little bit too far. I don't know. But yeah. Shackleton and the lads only ate the dogs. Refrain from the out. Yeah. In this book, this guy's dog died, and he couldn't bring himself to prepare it and eat. He couldn't do the skinning and the gutting and all of the other stuff that goes with that. So he donated his dead dog to his neighbours from kind of 1 mile over. So it's a good book. They cover a lot of that. Is it called 1 second later or 1 minute later? I don't remember which device it was on. It might be on the phone rather than on the tablet. Give me a second. Where would I look? Files. Total Commander. It's not there. Is it in the watched folder? Move. Not there. Where might it be? There we go. 1 second After by William R. Fortchen. Forstchen. 1 second After was the name of the book. Took me a while to find it, but there we go. Now what have I done? Okay. Sometimes I click on autopilot and I end up in I don't know where I've gone. But yeah, cannibalism is best avoided for all sorts of reasons. There are some parasite and what have you problems, prions in the brain nowadays, isn't it? If someone has mad cow disease or whatever, I mean, some animals are the same. You don't eat a sheep's brain, or you risk. Is it called scrapie when it's a sheep's brain? And I think there's an equivalent in pigs, but I think it's rarer. And if the animal hasn't shown any visible signs of it, you're probably okay. So maybe you could eat like cow brains and things as long as the cow's not falling over all over the place. Maybe the same with people. I don't know. Hold on, I missed out. There was Rob B. Have you been to the Tower of London? I've stood and looked. I've seen it. I haven't visited it per se. Sorry, guys. I'm laying on one of my legs and it's gone to sleep. Well, Tina's got out from. Oh, you okay? You're now in your usual position, moving down the bed and giving me the ass end to cuddle. Okay, babe. That's my Tina. Gradually moving away, and she's laying on top of the bed, restricting my movement a little bit. That's my girl working against me at every twist and turn. Cannibalism, yeah. Was it Shackleton's boat that they found recently? And by recently, I mean at some point in the last 3 years. And then they've declared there's some sort of structural problem with it. And didn't they say it was like kind of lucky it got stuck where it did and went? I'm not sure. I might be confusing different explorers. What about you guys? Any interesting books? Audio books? Any of you preppers or prepper adjacent? Tina, Tina, it's okay, babe. I'll let you go and eat somebody if they do something wrong, okay? Tina's okay. Tina's okay. Daddy's okay. We're all okay. Sometimes I don't know what sets her off. Have you seen the film Inbred? The name doesn't ring any bells, but I'm like this. Somebody asked me a while ago if I'd seen a film called Nobody. And I was like, no, never. And then I saw a few clips of it and I thought, oh, yeah, I've seen that. Like I don't have the best memory for names and faces. I'm the same with films. I don't remember names of films unless it's a big blockbuster. Terrible. Terrible memory for stuff like that. Based in Yorkshire with cannibalism. So this is like some sort of weird off the wall horror flick. I assume. Because as a Yorkshire lad, I don't remember cannibalism being a big thing down our street. One of my schoolmates' mothers would have fed the street for about a month. Yeah, no, we were quite cruel as well about that. He was the tiniest, littlest lad, and his mum was this. And then when he drew, oh, fuck, when you draw at school, and we're like 7, I don't know, 7 or 8, and he draws him tiny, and then he draws this. He draws her with big circles, and it was actually fairly accurate. Oh, Rob posted something and then deleted. Retracted at least. Is this a wrong window or a bad spelling? I can't tell you how many times I've posted stuff in chat that was meant to be in a messenger message or a WhatsApp message. Those are the ones I retract. When your private message goes out to the entire stream. No, Oscar, I haven't seen that. Inbred with cannibalism in Yorkshire. I might have to look for that. Although I'm not a big horror fan kind of person, if that's what it is. My limit for horror was Poltergeist. I'm not a big one for scares. Now, Poltergeist, I was 10 or 11 maybe. Last year at junior school, just before starting big school, high school. Do people still use these kind of childish names for things? When someone's leaving one school and going up to the next one and going to big school, turn the big light off on the landing. You'll have aeroplanes coming in because of the landing lights. What was he called? Peter K? But I think it was an old joke even then. How's he doing? Is it Peter? There's a Peter K and there's a Paul K. Paul K was Oh, what was his character called? Where he'd interview people on the red carpet or shout at Dennis Pennis. That's right, Dennis Pennis. I hope I got there before everybody else. I did. Dennis Pennis. That's Paul Kay, who, to a large extent, stalled his own career by making so many enemies in particular in Hollywood, but I guess in the film industry in general. But Dennis Pennis was funny as hell. What was the famous one? Demi Moore. Demi Moore's arriving for the premiere of, what was the one where she wanted to be in the Marines or whatever it was called? Like, got the shaved head and what have you. And Dennis Pennis shouts from off the red carpet, but he's trying to interview her. If the director asks you, and if the plot really demands it, do you think possibly you could do a whole film with your clothes on? Yeah. I guess in the early part of her career, um, she had a reputation for always showing a bit of flesh. So he was a sarcastic sort, made enemies, kind of stole his own career. The last thing I remember seeing of him, Paul Kay, um, it was like you get these drama comedy films, and it was bowling on a crown green bowling, not 10 pin, not Skittles, but crown green bowling, and he managed to turn it into a tense drama packed film. Going up to Barry Manilow with a big white sheet saying you dropped your hanky. Yeah, he does have a big schnoz, doesn't he? But yeah. But that's how you make enemies in entertainment industry, I guess. For a coverall term to cover music and film, that side of the Atlantic and the entertainment industry. But I think that worked. I don't know what he's doing now, and obviously I'm well out of touch. But it certainly held his career back at the time. But you got to admire the kind of the chutzpah of Demi. If the script really demanded it, would you keep your clothes on? The name witch is a Saxon word meaning wise one. Okay. And Saxon is a Saxon word meaning knife or sword, blade, bladed weapon. I don't know how I know that or why I know that. Possibly Rob Words. And it was funny that down in one of those counties in the southeast, they were doing a knife. What do you call it? Where you hand them in and you don't get in any trouble. You just throw them in a bin to get rid of them. And right next to it was a plaque about Saxon whatever, and an explanation of the word Saxon right above the bins where they're doing an amnesty, knife amnesty. That's the word I was struggling for. But then they took all the knives and fingerprinted them, so it wasn't quite the amnesty that they were telling people it was. I think they've done the same with the gun amnesties in the past. Tell everyone you can hand them in and there's no consequences. We're just going to melt them down and get rid of them. But then they do a ballistics test and they do a fingerprint analysis on the guns and a ballistics test to see whether there's any crimes on record tied to those guns. It's kind of sneaky. It's kind of clever. I'm not sure that it's ethical. Why am I struggling? But only when I come online. That's not true. Mainly when I come online. I have had the odd coughing fit. Like I said, I've coughed so much it is starting to move stuff, but I don't think that's because there was excess stuff there. I think I'm irritating it and aggravating it through coughing. Don't know. Never really had a long term cough before, I don't think. This must be a good over 2 weeks now, isn't it? Maybe 3? Not sure. Don't know, folks. I don't know. Okay. 16 thumbs up. Thank you. I appreciate that. Cheers, folks. Cheers. I don't know if Jack Attack's still here. He likes to copy and paste some emojis or whatever they're called in when we do cheers on other channels. That's nearly empty. You know what this means? My light is stood on top of 3 cans that are waiting to be utilized. I gotta move the lamp so that it's on 2. Pull this one out. And maybe I can finish this. Maybe I can stabilize the lantern. No, I've unplugged it. Stabilized on 3. Fairly stable. Just give us a second, folks. I need to get the cable back. I don't think that this lamp was particularly charged before we came live. I spent most of the day charging my AAA battery. No, not AAA, AA batteries. Here's a question for you, because this one of the survivalist or prepper type channels I watch. I think he gets his script from AI. So the bigger of the 2 batteries. So we've got the AAAs are the small and the AAs are the bigger. Do you say AA or do you say AA? And for the smaller ones, do you say AAA or did you say AAA like I was doing a minute ago? I've never heard anybody say AAA before for batteries. And this bloke does. And it just grates. You know when you hear something and you just know it's wrong. I'm not wrong's harsh. I'm asking you whether you say it and then I'm polluting the poll. It's not a poll. I have got no ability to do a poll, folks. Within the YouTube app, when you're broadcasting, there's fuck all here. I don't have a box that I can type in. I couldn't create a poll if I can't take part in chat in a tippy tappy typey kind of way. I can't create a poll midstream. After I create the stream, when I set it up in the YouTube app, I can't edit half the settings. And if you've seen any of the videos I've prepared for YouTube where I try to go in and edit things, it unsets the time. Last week, it unset the title. I put in a specific title for last week's stream on the Friday, and it might have been the Sunday actually. When I come to look on Wednesday or Thursday, it's using the default title, not the one that I'd entered. So I had to edit it on like Thursday fucking morning. And that's one of the lowest viewed streams I've done. And I think probably because the title. Richard says I say AA and AAA. You're a mixture and a mescla. I've never heard anybody say like AAA is just ridiculous to me. It just that one just sounds real wrong. But there we go again. Only the Scots burnt the witches they were hanging in England, and not as many as people think. Hanging was a rarity. Banishment or what's the other one? Just where no one talks to you. Kind of sending to Coventry was a more prolific punishment, as I understand it. Um, except for Pendle, which is just outside Lancaster, isn't it? Try to remember the name of the. We had a bar. We called it the Whittle, the pub, the Whittle. Was it the White Lion? It must be White Lion based on Whittle. Except I think I remember it being called the Golden Lion. But that was the pub. So in Lancaster, you walk up a hill, and there's a park on the right, and that's where trials and death sentences and things, not witches or not only witches, uh, but they would stop off at the pub on the way up the hill. So the pub's on the left, and then about halfway up the hill. Then you carry on up the hill and go and get executed at the top. But they'd stop at the pub on the way up. I assume that that's for the recipient of the gallows. But I'm guessing everyone else in the village is tagging along as well. So everybody officiating and everybody doing it, they're all going to have a beer back in those days, aren't they? But yeah, these things were public. They were split the difference, says Richard. Yeah, okay, yeah. I've always been a double A and triple A kind of, but it's just grated on me hearing someone say AAA. It just now maybe people do say it. Maybe I'm just the one that's in the wrong. I don't think I opened this beer, did I? Where are we for time, folks? We're only just over an hour in. See whether we can make it to 2 hours with this throat. So, did any of you go anywhere or do anything for Halloween? A meal out or go to an event? Take the kids somewhere, the kids or the grandkids or whatever? Is there such a thing, Jack Attack? Albert Pierpoint, the last executioner, he was. And the last person executed. That's the one where the policeman stops them mid crime. One of them's got a gun, and the guy says, "Let him have it." He asks, "Give us the gun, lads. Come on, don't be silly. Give us the gun." And one of the perps says to the other, "Let him have it." And they argue forever now about did he mean let him have it as in bang bang, or let him have it, give him the gun. Was that the last execution? The last female execution was a famous name, but it's not going to come to me. If you give me a multiple choice test, I'd pick it out, but I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna. You know me and my memory at the minute. It doesn't. The connections don't get made. 6 times quadruple A make up a PP3. So is the quadruple A, is that just a cell or is that a battery in its own right? I'm going to say it's just a cell. PP3, that's a 9 volt, yeah? So 6 1.5s. That was one that was interesting. Where did I see that? was that a Scruff Dog or a Clive or something? Somebody taking one of the 12-volt, uh, you know, what do you call it? The male 12-volt plug that you would put into like a car cigarette lighter socket. Taking one of those and wiring it up to a 9-volt cell. So instead of getting 12 volts, it gets 9, but it still worked. That that kind of that kind of. I thought it needed to be 12 volts or thereabouts. I know it can drop below like 11 point whatever, but I wasn't expecting a 9-volt battery to be able to do its thing. Um, Ruth Ellis, that was the name. Yeah. Yeah, in the 60s. Wasn't this Hindley and Brady? Did they just avoid it? Had it just been the hanging, the death penalty had just been repealed before Myra Hindley and Ian Brady? Are either of those? Myra's gone, and I remember Myra Hindley dying. Is Ian Brady still with us, or has he gone? Here we go. Let's not go off too much on this, but did Peter Sutcliffe die as well? I remember him getting blinded, stabbed in the eyes or something. Is he dead? The Yorkshire Ripper, Peter Sutcliffe. Oh, why am I asking you guys? You'd be too slow to type. Jack Attack might beat me to it. Ian Brady, dead or alive? I typed the O. No, it went with Grady rather than Brady. 2017, Ian Brady died. When did Myra go? 2017. You don't meet many Myras nowadays, do you? That's not how you spell Hindley. It's going to be an I, not a Y. She died 2002. That's a long time ago. He died 2017. She died 2002. 23 years ago. In a couple of weeks. Oh, look at that. Oh. Let me convert real names into. Hold on. Failed to send post. No, it didn't. I saw it. Um, that's UK Richie, isn't it? I had to convert real name on PayPal to. I didn't see my. I got what do you call it? The mode where the phone doesn't make any noise. Do not disturb, I think it's called, isn't it? I'd never used it till a few weeks ago. But if I've got my real name to screen name conversion right, it's UK Richie. So thank you for that, my friend. The last beheading was in 1860. Last beheading. Would that be for more serious kinds of crime, or was that just the chosen method at the time? Because that can be, well, I mean, it's going to be brutal. But if the first chop doesn't do it and the guy has to have a second hack or a third, and your head and brain are still alive, like when the head drops into the bucket or whatever it's dropping into, sack, bag, technically it's still alive. The brain's still oxygenated for a minute or two, maybe. Maybe not that long because you're not receiving the blood. You're not receiving. Oh, I don't know. But you're conscious for a while and trying to gasp for breath, but there's no connection with your lungs and your chest, so you don't get that. You don't even get that sense of struggling to breathe. Oh, that's got to be horrific, hasn't it? You got to hope that you're one of the ones that as soon as the spinal column is severed, that you're gone. But that's that's not going to be everybody. Horrific. Don't want to even imagine it. We are like the worst Google ever. When Jack Attack's on form, he used to be my fact checker and sourcer of information. Um, Before I got the tablet, he's taken his foot off the gas since I got the tablet. He knows that I could look it up myself. I'm just too lazy half the time, or too bad at searching. Yeah, yeah. Jack Attack said yep, but I don't know. Because 6 times 1.5. I think that's what he would be saying. He's back. You were, mate. You were my man. And there was another guy who was fact checking me after the event. But I said the other day he seems to have got a little bit. I don't mind people pointing out when I've got a fact wrong. And let's face it, it's happened a few times. Some of my recollections or memories are just distorted over time, like other people's might be. Some things I was way off with. If you remember the one where I said about the male ejaculate being the beginning of the solar system in, I think it was Egyptian mythology. I said definitely something I'd seen in a documentary, but I can't trace that now. Um, and Google says no, and Google's AI says no. So I don't know whether I was just watching Ancient Aliens one night and I've seen a bunch of crap. I mean, that's an interesting program to watch from the point of view of you just watch out for experts predict that, experts suggest that. These are just keywords that means we're making shit up, or we're talking about someone who's making shit up. So I don't know where I got that one from, but that was a classic. But this guy that was pointing out my errors didn't just point out the errors; he turned it accusatory. Um, Bit of name calling and oh, you're far right, you're MAGA, you're not. Um, Mary Queen of Scots took 4 blows. Maybe she didn't, but they I remember hearing a thing when I was at school. They said the person being executed would have a quiet word with the executioner and pay him pay him extra to make sure it's nice and sharp and that he does his best. Sharp axe, powerful, swift, accurate blow. 4 hacks. That's awful. And isn't Mary Queen of Scots? Wasn't she the one that was raped by the crowd? Not at her execution, but when she was forced to flee from Scotland. Got the right one. They never actually say raped. They always use some euphemism. But when she arrived at Queen Elizabeth, Queen Elizabeth was quite perturbed at the mal. Even though they were enemies, the whole Protestant Catholic thing, if I remember correctly. Um, Even though they were on opposite sides of that particular divide, Queen Elizabeth was quite perturbed at the violation, the maltreatment, and it was by a crowd, not by an individual. What am I reaching for? Chat. I'm reaching for chat. Cutting up the rest with a penknife. Christ, you got to hope that she was gone on the first. On the first. You know, sometimes the spine gets severed and that's death, but other times not. You all right, babe? What's going on? I think she was asleep, and either her back legs or her tail were twitching, rustling against something in here. And then she's woken up with the noise, and now she's looking around to see what it is. It's okay, baby. It was you. It was Tina girl all along. You're cold. Let's get you into bed, under the covers. Get you into bed. Come on, come on. It's not that cold, but you want to get okay. You're going underground. You're going fully under the blanket. Okay. You better just hope I don't Dutch oven you. Ah. Okay, Jack attacks on the nose with more accurate information than me. Mary was allegedly raped by Bothwell, whoever that is, after her abduction. The actor said to have been a means to force her into marriage, which took place May 15th, 1567. So is that him trying to make her queen and him be queen's consort? Or maybe even king, depending on his intentions. I heard it was more of a group thing, but okay. I might have heard wrong. Okay, so this executioner botched a few beheadings, possibly because of alcoholism, says Rob B. How did we get here? What tangent did we take to get? I've got no clue. James Hepburn, the Earl of Bothwell. So Bothwell is a place. Bothy. It's not Bothy a cottage. Cheers, Jack Attack. Cheers, everybody. Let's do that. Where are we time-wise? I'm coming up for an hour and a half. 23:29. So we're coming up on the half hour. Is this where I should be doing a waffle? For those of you that are from over with Big Clive or Scruff Dog, Rob B lives next to Bothwell Castle. Fire. Where's Liz Edwards when you need her? Where's Queen Liz? Three-quarters of my audience are wondering what I'm on about. I think I got that. No. How did I miss? It was right in front of my eyes. I kid you not, in summer I had a 1 in 3 chance of grabbing a mosquito and it floated in my face. I don't remember the last time I caught one. Weird. And I have been bitten quite a bit recently. We've had so many flies and mosquitoes in here. Since the 2 floods. You thought I got it. It was right there. I mean, unless you could see it, could you? I like the ones when you get them and you crush them, and you get them and you crush them, and you've got the red in your hand, and you know that that's your blood because mosquitoes don't have red. Insects don't do red blood. Dada Chosky just arrived. Let me just check something because I do have my do have a list. Oh, why is that not working? There we go. I'm going to say Steve, but that could be me being wrong. Oh, hold on. Hold on. I do not have. Really? It's either Steve or Chris. I'm sure. I do not. I do not have a Dad Trotsky. You're going to have to give us a reminder, mate. So that I can create a future reminder for myself. Chris, there you go. It was one of the two that I went for. I don't remember what order I guessed. I think I went for Steve first. Apologies, Chris. I knew it. I knew it. Been out of it for a while. Hold on. Is this bad? I hope this is not bad news. We don't want to be off on a. Let me just scroll back because. Okay, there was Jackie Tech saying, I thought you got it with a mozzie. Hey, stranger. Oh, it's back. Now I must have you there, you fuck. How could I possibly. Are you a fucking hologram? What the fuck? It was right there. It was moving so slow. Well, it was off screen, but it was moving so slow. How? Maybe I'm wafting it away as I go to grab it. Maybe I've got to go more with the fingers rather than the palm. I'm out of practice, clearly. I couldn't miss. That's two on the trot that I couldn't miss, and yet I missed. Sorry, back where I was. Hey, stranger, set the record straight. You were right about the ejaculate. Hold on. Oh, hold on. The ancient Egyptian god Atum. Hold on. Google told me no. The ancient Egyptian god Atum. Oh, this is the mozzie again. Do I grab it or do I nuke it with the fucking spray? Hold on. Redemption. There's a redemption arc going on here. Oh, fucking. It's jumping. Created the universe through masturbation, is ejaculation being the act that brought forth the first deities and the world itself. Okay. Now, you see, this sounds in tune with what I said. And then I went off on one about Egyptian statues having phalluses and Napoleon. I think it was Napoleon and his crew, because they're the ones that shot the Sphinx's nose off as well, aren't they? And isn't the Sphinx considerably older than the pyramids? Like, considerably. And then you've got the rhyme of Ozymandias. Look upon my works. However, that wasn't a poem, but it was a plinth, an inscription. Kind of look upon my works and cower or wonder. I only know that from Inspector Morse. But there's here's another correction coming up, folks. Here's another correction. Okay, I said a week or two ago that pigeons are classed as vermin and therefore can be popped off anytime you fancy. This is not correct. But my source for this information was Lewis. You know, the spin-off from Inspector Morse. You know what I'm going to do, folks? I am going to nuke this fucker because he's just pissing me right off. The next time he comes over and I see him, I'm not grabbing. I'm going all Agent Orange on him. Was it Agent Orange? Was that to get rid of foliage or was that to get rid of insects? He's just gone over there. I'm gonna nuke it anyway. I'm gonna use chemical warfare on the fucker. See, yeah, okay. And this was where I got the handmaidens and all the other stuff from because the bishops or priests or whatever wanted to. So I had somebody telling me that was bullshit, and then I tried to fact check it using Google and Google's AI thing, and they backed up the fact that what I was saying was bullshit. And now I've got two people telling me I was right all along when I've been doubting myself. Oh, here we go with a favourite 80s. We've done this one to death, I think, mate. We've done the TV series, all of them. So let's cover. What do we got? We've got Knight Rider. We got Airwolf, obviously. Street Hawk. Who remembers Street Hawk? 2 wheels. It's like a 2-wheeled Knight Rider. Hyperdrive cleared and count. Hyper count. No, hyper. I think it was Hyperdrive cleared and counting. And then he had like a 10-second countdown. And then basically he didn't ride the motorbike. The motorbike went where it wanted to go, computer controlled, and he just had to hang on. That was Street Hawk. So Knight Rider, Airwolf, Street Hawk. I remember Detective Riptide, was it? With a super fast boat. There's an American series called Something and the Judge about a guy with a Skid Mark McCormick. The character was called Skid Mark McCormick. I don't remember what the series was called, but he had this super fast, just a normal everyday sports car, but super fast, road legal apparently, and he'd use that to help this judge investigate cases. Somehow the judge was investigating rather than just trying cases. I think he was a retired judge. I love all of those. Hardcastle and McCormick, well done. Oh, Team Knight Rider, no, that doesn't count. Auto Man with cursor, yeah, and the right angle turns. I've got that. I think I've got that here on this hard drive, where I'm pointing in the general direction of a hard drive. Here's the hard drive. The cable is elsewhere for some reason. Reasons, folks, reasons. This is the edge of my bed. It has speakers. It has corkscrews because I drank a bottle of wine. I think I opened it a week ago. Actually, it's still here. I've still got the bottom. Can you see? Does that show on camera? Yeah, the bottom, what, quarter or fifth of the bottle. I've still got another glass. Karen left that. She's probably not here. 5 or 6 weeks ago, I think Karen dropped that off. Finally got around to it. So I've got a corkscrew. For some reason, I've got this box, which is for holding false teeth, but my false teeth are elsewhere. I got the top off some deodorant, and the deodorant is elsewhere. I got a carton that should hold 6 eggs, but it's empty. I boiled 6 eggs a few days ago, brought them in here, ate them over the course of 2 days, and the carton remains because you don't throw such things away. That the edge of my bed. There's an EcoFlow down here. It's the 18 inches on this side of the bed is just. I have no control over it. Airwolf, we've said, yeah. TJ Hooker, TJ rather than G, but yeah. Because that was where Matey Girl started, wasn't it? Oh, Pretty Blonde. Help me. Can't remember her name. Incredible Hulk was great. Yeah, we loved Incredible Hulk. I think that started in the 70s. I think I remember watching that while I was in Dumfries on a black and white portable, connected to a car battery that was literally in the car still. We'd get about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours of TV, and then Dad would have to run the engine for a quarter of an hour to make sure he could get to work the next morning. Heather Locklear, fuck yeah, yeah. What was the one called in The Fall Guy? She was another Heather, wasn't she? That poster that everybody had with her in the bikini. I'm sure it's Heather, but my mind might just be polluted by the Heather Locklear thing. I loved all of those programs. 70s and 80s TV was the best TV. That was peak TV. I really believe that. Heather Thomas. There you go. You see, yeah, I was right. It was a Heather. Yeah. Chips. Oh, Fonzarelli. Eric Estrada, and the other guy was somebody Baker. Might not have been the original one. He might have been the replacement. One of them, we've had this as well. I think we've had this discussion. One of them was like the world speedway champion, and he couldn't get the insurance to ride the bike for real on the program. Fucking world speedway champion, and they didn't trust him to ride the bikes for real. But yeah, that might have been the. I think the original bloke was a bloke called Larry Wilcox, but then the replacement was an actual speedway champion, Alf, where he always wanted to eat the cats. I read the other day about why that failed in the end. I don't know if people know this. Maybe you guys do. I don't know. The creator of Alf never wanted to break the illusion that Alf was real, even to the cast and crew. So they had to build these pits all around the set. So the set had to be elevated, and then you've got Alf that the working around in pits. But no one who worked alongside, even the adults, even though obviously cognitively they knew it was a fucking puppet, but the creator was so fastidious about this, so demanding that nobody ever actually see like the inner workings. And so when the original series ended, because of him and because of the expense that he was costing, another network wanted to pick the program up. Same thing. And then somebody wanted to make a feature film. Same thing. He out costed the budget by wanting nobody, cameramen, crew, nobody except for the people actually like building it and working the robot were meant to ever see that it was a animatronic or puppet, whatever it was. Tis was. Today is Saturday, wear a smile, which makes me believe it must be spelt with an S. And the adult version, over the top, maybe, with a rather large-chested black lady. Small wonder with the girl next door who was a robot. What was the one with the bloke called Fred Savage? Was it Fred Savage? The Wonder Years. The Wonder Years. With the girl next door, was she called Ali? In my head, she's called Ali. That might be wrong. All of these programs, folks. Whizbit. That's a new one on me, Rob. Whizbit. Whirlybirds. That sounds like a helicopter thing. Was that an Australian detective thing with a helicopter? I do remember an Australian helicopter detective police program. but that might not be the right name. That might not be the right program. All Aboard the Skylark with Noah and Nelly. There's one. Mary Mungo and Midge. I think that would be. There's a couple of you here, isn't there? Robbie and Jack Attack. I think are both Glasgow. I think Mary Mungo and Midge must have been Glasgow. Correct me if I'm wrong. I remember it being Scottish at least, and it looked like it was a city with a tower block because of the elevator going down about 10 levels. You got the dog with a mouse on his nose stood next to the girl. Secret Squirrel. Inch Eye Private Eye. Oh, what's the one with the elephant with a mask? Nobody recognized. Undercover Elephant. I can keep going. I can go back as far as. I wish I was an astronaut, the fastest guy alive. Fireball XL5. Dark Towers. Oh, I'm not sure. I've got half a recollection of something that might be that, but dark something or other. Magpie. How? How many more? The Flumps, obviously. Andy Pandy. One of my earliest memories, Andy Pandy. Trumpton, Camberwick Green, and the other one. There was three. Chiswick. Not Chiswick. That doesn't sound right. Chigley. Fuck. Do you see the brain misfiring? What's this? John Ryan. 7th of October to 30th of December. Did we miss it? Oh, no. Jack Attack. Where are you going there, Jack? Is that Mary Mungo and Midge? How many others? Bod, and Alberto Frog. It was like a separate program within a program, wasn't it? How many Bod characters do we remember? Farmer Barleymo, PC Plod, Pob, and then he draws his name on the door inside a train carriage. Maybe. Pob. Remember, were they called Incy and Wincy? Two spiders, that woman with the blonde hair. Shirley somebody or other, maybe. Two spiders that were clearly just somebody's hands. Monkey Wee Bassa. The US Chopper series. Whirly Birds. Okay. So I wonder what my Australian one was called. What else have we got? We've obviously Skippy the Kangaroo. The original one. Not the 1980s or 90s one with that kid off of Neighbours. Oh, hold on, okay, because we're on the topic of Australia. Oh, what's he called? I just did a post today about a bloke called Croc something or other. Croc. It's the funniest stuff I've seen in fucking ages. And the guy's only got a couple of thousand followers. I couldn't believe it. Ask any Aussie, they'll tell you. It's like Croc Mitchell or Croc, not Dundee. Chopper Squad. That sounds like a likely candidate, Jack Attack. Is it Australian? Torture the Battery Boy. I don't think I remember that. I can give you a Jamie and his Magic Torch and a Williams Wish Wellingtons. Now, I was a bit older for these. This was me and the missus watching these. Why did we watch them? This must have been our university days. Sat at home watching kids' TV, lunchtime. William's Wish Wellingtons. When he puts on his red wellies, he wishes, but he stresses so hard he looks like he's shitting his pants. When William puts on his, you know you're going to have a good time when William puts on his Wish Wellingtons. William's Wish Wellingtons. Definitely by the same animation team that did Jamie and his magic torch. I remember somebody with a magic ball as well. Am I mixing two things up? Definitely remember a magic torch because he shone it at the floor and it became a helter-skelter for him to go down into the kind of the magical world. But I also remember a kid's cartoon with someone in his magic ball. Sam? That doesn't sound right. William's Wish Wellingtons. Like I said, I was older for these. That mosquito hasn't been back, and I've been cuddling the fly spray. My arm's gone. I don't know if it's gone numb from the cold or from the position. Oh, let's sit up. Oh, sorry, babe. Did I disturb you? No, there's the. You are a bastard. There was the mosquito again. I don't want to just keep doing a general spray. I want to get them on the fucking nose. Otherwise, as someone suggested last week, my cough might be being prolonged just by the fly spray. Torchy the battery boy. That might go back before me. He had his own rocket that went to topsy turvy land. How about Mr. Spoon, who goes to Button Moon? We're off to Button Moon. We follow Mr. Spoon. Yeah. Hold on. Which way is it jumping? Topsy turvy land. I don't remember that one. Chopper Squad. Tinga and Tucker was Australian, I think. Two koala bears. Don't remember that. I remember something called Watu Watu. Oh, Issy Noho, the panda. Was Issy Noho a panda? I think he was. The series was based on the work of helicopter rescue team operating on DY Beach in Sydney. It has been said that the American series Baywatch was based upon Chopper Squad. Lighthouse, Round the Twist. Round the Twist, I remember. That was an Australian lighthouse, wasn't it? And it had a catchy theme song that I'm not piecing together. Round the Twist. Australian, yeah, I remember that. That was like a Twilight Zone, but always in the same place with the same family. Something it's like an anthology series of strange happenings. It was fantastic. That was a really good series. I might download that one now you've reminded me. Don't tell anyone. Round the Twist. Yeah. But was Ishinoho a panda? I think so. I had a toy panda as a kid, and I left it to warm up in front of the gas fire. Just a little bit too close. Oh, I loved that panda. It was so singed. My mum had to come and like throw water on it. It was literally about to catch fire. There was smoke coming from it. So I've got all these, I'm going to say terrible memories. Most people forget their early childhood. I've got a hell of a lot of it here, including stuff that I would now consider to be stupid. But of course, I was 3 or 4 at the time. 3, I think. But it was still me. I remember it. It was me. I just made a dumb decision. I didn't. It was a cold day, and I didn't want I didn't want my panda, my teddy bear. I didn't want it getting cold. So I sat it right in front of the fire. Not coal fire, gas fire. Mum had just turned it on, told me to stay away from it. So I think I'd put my panda in a box. It sat in a small cardboard box, and I pushed it right up to the grill on the front of the fire. You know those kind of fire brick, kind of shaped, hollow. The gas jets go up, and it all glows orange, and it's white. I don't know what the word for them is. They're like hollowed out fire brick things. Um, but I pushed my teddy bear right up to it. So my mum threw away the outer skin of the thing and put the stuffing, the filling, just into a pillow. That was my pillow from then on. I don't know. Littlest Hobo. I remember that one. That was the one with I'll just keep rolling on. Until tomorrow, I'll just keep rolling on. That's the end of the refrain. Don't let China know about your crimes against pandas. Yeah. Sorry, President Xi. President? I think so. He has a lot of affinity with bears, doesn't he? Now I'm in trouble. They're going to come for me. Associating the Chinese president with Pooh Bear. Cheers, folks. What was the other? There was another dog. There was another dog program about the same time with a more German Shepherdy kind of thing. A little bit less memorable. Nobody's mentioned rhubarb and custard so far either. I don't think. Now you're in for it. Yeah, I've done it now, haven't I? He was all right hinting at his affinity with bears, but stating it outright, that's what's going to get me. The next time I go over to the Chino Bazaar, they're going to be reporting back. So Chopper Skull, we think we've solved the mystery of the Australian helicopter thing. Did anybody do Thunderbirds yet? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thunderbirds, go! Stingray. I'm calling battle stations. Anything can happen in the next half hour. Oh, that was more. That was more. That was Stingray with Troy Tempest and Phones. Fireball XL5 with Steve. Oh, hold on. We had this a while back, didn't we? I think Jag Attack got it. I wish I was an astronaut, the fastest man alive. I'd fly you around the universe in Fireball XL5. Steve something or other. Steve Zodiac? That sounds too cheesy. Could that be right? I'm going to say yes. Captain Scarlet and the Mysterons. We know you can hear us, Earthlings, and the two circles would move around and do their thing. Captain Scarlet versus Captain Black, wasn't it? Poor Captain Black. I'm saying it was reconnecting. I don't know how much of that you heard. I was saying about Captain Scarlet versus Captain Black, and then poor Captain Black, because he's just entirely taken over by them. Captain Scarlet got made indestructible but broke the spell somehow and isn't under their control. But Captain Black is. He doesn't have free will. He's not the baddie that everyone thinks he is. I mean, he's doing the bad things, but it's not his fault. Colonel Steve Zodiac, okay. Aquamarina. How many of you fancied Aquamarina? Is that just me? Hey, Mr. S. Terrorhawks with Zelda and Tiger Einstein, Kate Kestrel, Sergeant Major Zero, voiced by the inimitable Windsor Davis, and the French gay globe, whatever they were called, Zeroids, uh, Dixie Wheat, number 18, D Sweet, but he was a French accent and very camp. What was Zelda's son and daughter called? No idea. But every second episode, Tiger Einstein would get blown up and die, wouldn't he? And they'd just roll out the next clone and update it with his latest memories. Expect the unexpected. Wasn't the headquarters under the White House? Am I misremembering that? Was it just a big mansion, or was it the White House? I think it was the White House. Oh, Will the Wisp with Kenneth Williams, wasn't it? Voiced that. Evil Edna, the TV. Yeah. Rhubarb and custard. I think I mentioned them briefly earlier. Stig of the Dump, the caveman in the tip in the dump. Yeah. Or was it a quarry? It must have been a dump because that's the name of it. Because I didn't know back then. So we had that book. We read that book. No, we didn't read it. We sat and listened to the teacher read Stig of the Dump when I was in junior school. So aged somewhere between 7 and 11, I guess I would have been. It wasn't early in the junior school. But didn't know back then that Stig was an actual name in some countries. To me, I thought I was just like a caveman sounding thing, like Ugg. Um, but no, it's an actual name in some Scandinavian countries. 3-year-old logic, yeah, wanting to keep my panda warm. Yeah, I nearly burnt the house down, but yeah, this is an interesting one. This was one of the rare occasions that we used the front room, kind of the parlor or living room. Now, this was a small kind of more or less a 2 up, 2 down house. It would have been a 3 up, 2 down, but then one of the rooms was converted to a bathroom because back then, not all houses had a fucking bathroom. Running water was only just being introduced to some fucking people. You know what I mean? It's my mum and dad bought this house that was already, it wasn't that old, but it predated from a time when there'd be like a courtyard outside with one standpipe with one tap, and there'd be an outhouse with toilets, but shared amongst a bunch of homes around the courtyard. But you'd come in through the front door. You're in like the downstairs landing. The stairs are ahead of you. Turn right into the living room or parlour, and then you just walk through that into the. Well, originally it was just a big kitchen. But then we had an extension built, which became the kitchen. So this middle room became the dining room. But that was where we lived. That middle room, that dining room. That's where That's where the TV was to begin with. Didn't have the TV in the living room or parlour. The parlour was kept for like Sunday best or when you had visitors. So you didn't want the TV in there. You wanted to sit and chat, and mum and dad would sit and have a coffee with whoever had come round, and we'd enjoy the fact that it was rare just being in that room. Except for Sundays, Sundays we'd be in there. Maybe Saturday morning. Later on, we moved the TV into that room, and I remember watching the Open University on the BBC while waiting for kids' TV to kind of start. I loved, as a kid, I loved Rolf Harris. It's a real shame that that part of my childhood is now gone. Jimmy Savile I didn't hate either. Um, I thought he was a bit of a weirdo, but I didn't hate him. Jim will fix it and all that. Those, my childhood is now contaminated because of those things. But I've still got fond memories of Rolf Harris. Can you tell what it is yet? um, but yeah, it's interesting that we weren't the only ones either. A lot of people, your front room was for best. You didn't live in your parlour or living room. We literally we sat on dining chairs in the dining room, half of us at the table, and the other turn your chair around and face the TV that was in the dining room with the heat from the kitchen. So you didn't have to heat the dining room. You didn't need radiators or anything. The heat from the cooking and the kettle and the washing machine when that was whatever. That rhubarb and custard, yeah. I'm scrolling back. Sorry, I'm scrolling forwards. Mr. S was just arriving. Harold Lloyd. Do 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 do. A pair of glasses and a smile. Yeah, he was always hanging off a clock face, like the clock hands, or or a narrow ledge. Straw boater glasses. Mr. S feels he's behind quite a bit. Oh, yeah, maybe we're talking about TV programs in the 70s and 80s, maybe a little bit before, especially UK. So you might not catch all the references. Um, but yeah, make sure you click the little red live button or whatever it's called. Square blocks of ice cream between movies. There's a thing. The fact that in the pictures that there was the girl that comes around with the cigarettes, ice cream, drink. Did she carry the drinks as well, or did you have to go out to get the drinks? What did you call them? She had a torch as well for if people were misbehaving, or if you try and get her attention during the film and she didn't, they didn't put the lights on. It's mainly an intermission thing, though, wasn't it? But I remember half the cinema, or maybe three quarters, being for smokers, and then there'd be the little non-smoking bit. And I didn't care. I was in with the smokers, and I'm 10 or whatever. I don't know. But yeah, ice cream at the pictures. Yeah, young star. Hold on, it scrolled. Which way did it scroll? I think this way. Young star and sister. Yeah, okay. Star, sister. It's sister, isn't it? It's star. This is the voice of the Mr. Ons. We know you can hear us, Earthling. Those were good programs. All of those, what's the word? Animatronic? Super Marionation, wasn't it? Was their term for it. And they didn't even want to be making kids' TV, did they? Which is where UFO and then Space 1999 come into the picture. what they called? Jerry and Silver Anderson. Apparently quite an acrimonious divorce. But yeah, they wanted to be making adult not programs for grown-ups, not adult in that way. But they got quite the budget. They were each episode of Thunderbirds was the equivalent of about £1 million nowadays. £1 million per episode. If you do if you de-inflate, what's it called? Net present value? No, because you're going back to then. You know what I mean? If you work it out in 1968 dollars or pounds, is that the last message? Let me just do top chat and then live chat. Bring us back just to double check that I'm not missing anything. Yeah, if you talk with people in other countries, a lot of them have never even heard of like the Thunderbirds and Captain Scarlet and Joe 90. Nobody mentioned Joe 90 so far, I don't think. Put your specs. That was like Johnny Mnemonic, but with glasses. And as a kid, like a 10-year-old international spy, international man of mystery. 10 years old with his glasses and a chair and some kind of spinny. Did they do the black and white, not concentric circles, but the spiral rotating? Who liked the original Mission Impossible TV series? I still love that. And it's the main reason that I never got on with the Tom Cruise Mission Impossible stuff. Because in that first film, they took Matey Boy, the blonde haired or white haired guy, and they made him the baddie, didn't they? I couldn't live with that. That didn't. Jim Phelps, is that the character or the actor? He was the baddie in the Mission Impossible film. I couldn't have. I don't like my goodies turning baddies just to reload, just to launch another version of something. You've corrupted my memory of those characters or of one of those characters. I have no truck with that. So don't get me wrong, I've probably watched half of the Mission Impossible films, but not with any real interest or conviction. They're on, their action, there's a bit of drama and they resolve. Hoorah. It's Tom Cruise being Tom Cruise. When you watch a Tom Cruise film nowadays, do you forget it's Tom Cruise? Or is it like when you watch a John Wayne film and you only see John Wayne? It's a good Clint Eastwood film. You can forget it's Clint Eastwood. You get the character and you're in the story. I'm not sure that Tom Cruise pulls that off in most films. Vanilla Sky, I could kind of forget it was him. But most Tom Cruise films, it's there's Tom Cruise doing Tom Cruise stuff. A little bit like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Most Arnold Schwarzenegger films, it's Arnie. Maybe the first two Terminator films, you can get into it and pseudo kind of semi forget that it's Arnie. First one in particular, the original. Don't get me wrong, Terminator 2, probably the best film of the bunch, but you're always aware it's Arnie. You never lose that knowledge. Tropic Thunder, says Jack Attack. The blackface. Did you forget it was Robert Downey Jr. at any point? I did. I didn't even notice the first time watching it through. I had no fucking clue. I am so kind of colorblind, and I'm so bad with faces. I downloaded it recently, and I'll be honest, I got halfway through it and I gave up on it. Now, I had other stuff going on. I think I had people visit. I had something happen. I just didn't go back to it. Maybe I should give that another go. Everybody raves about it. Were there any decent kids' TV programs? Hold on. Oh, you got fireworks. We've had occasional fireworks, Karen. We haven't had like a battery of fireworks. I don't think. Tina was a bit upset earlier and actually came and sat up here next to me, but they don't usually give in this early, do they? When they're doing fireworks, they keep doing them. Where are we? 12:15, 12:20 nearly. That's you off though, yeah, Karen? Came back to say goodnight. You had a Halloween parade. I wouldn't even know what that would look like. Never really been into Halloween, never really experienced Halloween. Let me think. Somewhere around 1978 when we were in Dumfries, they did a different thing. They went around singing. You knocked on the caravans and you went in and you sang. And it was like a Christmas carol thing, but at Halloween. So you just went and just sang. I don't know. I didn't know anything. I knew nothing about it. This was when the American version of Halloween was just beginning, and it was on news broadcasts that there was this new thing, trick or treat, and people had mixed feelings about whether that was good or bad. But the Scottish tradition at the time was for kids to go around, knock on doors, and sing, and get some food and a bit of money, maybe. Was it food or was it sweets? But it wasn't trick or treat. Not sure how old Jack Attack is or whether he'd remember this, or maybe this was regional. I don't know. Finch was looking for you, says Jack Attack. Yeah, I've still not got back to that. I only recently discovered I'd only downloaded the first season, and like I got halfway through. I've been trying to clear space on my devices. They all got full, so I'm trying to shuffle stuff over to the hard drive, which I've got working again at last. And I think I said recently I took that hard drive from like a quarter of a gig used. Quarter of a terabyte. It's a 2 terabyte hard drive. It's a quarter full. It was a quarter full, and now it's like 3/4 full. Just from emptying stuff off the various pen drives, SD cards, and the devices themselves, the phone and the tablets. We're almost. This weekend is the end of my month, or my 4 weeks with my phone. Contract's not the right word. The phone payment. It's pay as you go, and it's 4 weeks at a time. I think my phone's about to run out of power. Oh, I hope you didn't hear my stomach grumbling there. Oh shit, it's down to 5% and I didn't know. Don't remember singing. How old are you, Jack? So I was doing about 10 in 78. Yeah. Trying to remember who I was with. There was a lad called Alan, but I think that was the. No, that was the Dumfries one. Alan. He was English, but he was in I think he wore a 3 in 78, yeah. So the American thing would have been taking over by the time you kind of got there 6 or 7 years later. Not sure. I literally remembered watching. It must have been. Would it have been nationwide still in '78? I think it was nationwide, and they were trying to explain this whole trick or treat thing in a very pompous accents and very stuck up and pompous and very middle class. That was a strange program nationwide. Plastic hats from the shops. Give us a clue. Where you going there? What plastic hats? Witches and wizards, or yeah, okay, yeah, okay. Plastic, yeah, maybe. Not sure. This was when I was running around with my lightsaber torch, and the plastic broke. Well, the plastic creased and folded very quickly. It's a fantastic torch. When we eventually just took the plastic off that was kind of trying to diffuse the light and be all um, lightsaber esque, when we finally just cut that off because it was too crap, it was a fantastic torch. Lizzie dripping. I remember the name, but I don't remember what that is. Is this like a British version of Lizzie Borden? Is this some sort of serial killer, or are we on witch? Are we on witch kind of stuff still? Not sure. Half recall a name, but not why. Oh, look at that! My time has reset on the video. Apparently, we're only 29 minutes in, which is a surprise to me because I started 10 o'clock Spain, 9 UK. Okay, sorry, just scrolling through something there in the alerts. Just check I haven't missed anything. I've lost the chat. I thought you'd gone, Karen. Karen's still here. I'm gonna have to look up if I can do it before you guys. Lizzie dripping. This sounds like a girl's thing to me, but let me just check. Lizzie drip. Lizzie dripping. Book by Helen Creswell. It's got a big witch on the front cover. Okay, Jackanory. So is Lizzie dripping? Is that the girl that meets the witch, or is that the witch? It's the girl. Everyone in the village where Lizzie lives thinks she's a dreamer, so it's no wonder that they don't believe her when she says she's seen a witch. But Lizzie doesn't care because she knows it's true, and having a witch for a friend makes life much more exciting. 1973. Okay. Hold on. It's a slang term in the Nottingham area for a lively girl who has difficulty distinguishing between fact and fiction, which makes it a Danny. What was he called? Singer, dancer, crooner. No, I've lost it. Let me just hold on. I want to go off on a tangent. Danny K, wasn't it? See, I got there. I got there before the fucking internet. So it was Walter Mitty. So she's kind of a Walter Mitty kind of character, but that's not a real name. Hold on. So, in the Nottingham area, it's a term for a lively girl difficult to distinguish in fact and fiction. Not the name of the main character, but a label applied to her. The eponymous character's proper name is Penelope Arbuckle. You live and you learn. I think chick lit like that, the furthest I got was what Katie did and what Katie did next. I got bored one summer holiday, so read some of my sister's books after I'd finished all of mine. The Famous Five and The Secret Seven gave me quite a few books to go at one summer holiday. But once I'd read all those, I had to find something else to read. And the only other books laying around in the caravan. I'm going now. Night, everyone, said Karen a few minutes ago. Good night, Karen. See you soon. Richard said, time's an illusion. Lunchtime doubly so, said Douglas Adams. Time is very much an illusion. Within the universe, time doesn't kind of properly exist. That's complicated. I gave the example recently about no photograph is true. You take a photograph of a tower block and the sun. The light from the tower block gets to you almost instantaneously, within milliseconds, but the light from the sun takes 8 minutes. And if an object's twice as far away as the tower block, it's taking twice as long. So that picture is like a composite of rays of light coming from all different times. Yeah. Traditional Scottish Halloween song, Tam Lin, one of the oldest Scottish ballads, and its folklore is deeply intertwined with the themes of Halloween and the supernatural. See, this is where I went along and everybody knew the song and I didn't, so they made me sing something different. And I couldn't come up with anything on the spot. And so I think I went with just like a fucking nursery rhyme or something, and I fucked that up. I mixed my verses up or missed a line or something. But everyone laughed, gave me my share of whatever the goodies were. I think half a recollection of it being like a cup of soup or a bowl of soup or something, and then maybe a few sweets and maybe a few pennies. I could be pulling that out my ass, but that's kind of my recollection. What was it Einstein said about time? It involved pretty girls, didn't it? When you're with a pretty girl, time flies like that, and when you're, I don't know what example he gave, probably something like watching a kettle or something, drags forever. This is the case. It's all relative, as somebody once said. Scrolling. Oh, we've lost a lot of these. So many of these old traditions of either Halloween or bonfire night. So many of those traditions are lost. Toffee apples, different kinds of toffee, treacle toffee, and all of that. And some of these traditions get mixed up and muddled up. Somebody asked me a while ago about Mischief Night. Now, traditionally, Mischief Night was the night before Bonfire Night, because that's the night that they were planning on blowing up Parliament and were moving the gunpowder around and what have you. That got botched. They ran. People ran after them. They got caught and hung, drawn, quartered, and thrown on a bonfire. That's when we were talking earlier about execution methods. Hung, which is technically, let me get this right. That's the wrong term, isn't it? People are hanged. Pictures are hung when you do the past participle. So really, it should be hanged, drawn, and quartered. Can I remember what they are? Hanging, being hung, that's obvious. We all know what that is. Being drawn, and being quartered. Being quartered is being cut into four, yeah? But was it done, was it like bending trees and it was it one of them? What is being drawn? Hung, drawn, and quartered. Quartered is definitely being split into four some way. And I have got in my mind it's the bending of trees or branches and draw out the intestines. Is it really? Oh, let me hung, drawn, and quartered. Okay, look at this. See, I typed hung and their Google says including results for hanged, drawn, and quartered because you got to be a pedant sometimes. Is there a quick summary? Fastened by the feet to a hurdle or wooden panel, drawn behind a horse to the place of execution where they were then hanged. Hold on, hanged almost to the point of death. Emasculated, that's castrated, I'm assuming. Disemboweled, beheaded, and quartered. This says that drawn is being pulled behind a horse on the ground. Then you're hanged almost to the point of death. So you're cut down before you die. Then they chop your balls off. Then they disembowel you, so they gut you. Then you're beheaded. And finally you're chopped into four. Yeah. People can be quite barbaric, can't they, folks? The past is like a foreign country. They do things different there. Mostly at crossroads, yeah. Is that so that each quarter gets pulled off in a different direction as a warning to other people around, or what? When they died, they were confused where to go. Okay. We're trying to make it difficult to reach any kind of afterlife. Pretty gruesome. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah. And here we are. Hold on. Is it 420 years ago? Was it 1605 or was it 1620? We looked this up a little while ago. It's 400 and a few years ago, but I'm not sure how big a few. And here we are still with the traditions of throwing another Catholic on the bonfire. That does make you question, really, whether the religious thing makes you wonder whether it's time to kind of call quits on that one. I think the tradition of having a bonfire celebration, most countries have them, don't they? Bonfires and fireworks. In America, they do it in the middle of summer, which is kind of awkward. because it don't get dark till late. Although they're quite far south, aren't they? Covered this one in the past, yeah? The whole of continental America, continental US, is further south than the south of England. Alaska, obviously, not so much. Like the legal system, pretty gruesome. Can be. Burning a turnip lantern. Do you remember the work of trying to fucking hollow out a turnip? If you were sensible, you did it with a drill and one of those really wide woodworking bits. You know, those ones that fucking splay out. My mum didn't have one of them. Poor lass. She sat there with fucking sharp knives, almost killing herself trying to dig the fucking turnip out. Americans have it easy with them. They're pumpkins, them squashes. They're pretty much hollow, aren't they? Once you've dug the seeds out, you've not got much left to do. Take a spoon and just half an hour's work. Take a knife and cut some eyes in the mouth. Try doing that with a fucking turnip. I don't think Americans have turnips, do they? Rutabaga, I think is your. Is that turnip or is that Swede? I don't know if Americans have turnips or the word turnip. Is turnip Swede or rutabaga? Shall I? Shall I try and do the voice? I never do the voicing with Google. In America, is rutabaga a turnip or a Swede? It's a Swede, which is an abbreviation of Swedish turnip. How the fuck do you get rutabaga out of that then? Does anyone even know the difference between a turnip and a Swede? If I saw them in a supermarket, I'd have no idea. Over here, I bought this kind of stew pot thing. This pack of veg that's like a starter for doing stews or whatever. And it had this big white thing, and I sliced it, and it's quite radishy. It had that peppery. It turned out that was a white turnip. Who knew? That's in one of my videos because I had to ask you guys. I didn't know what the fuck I was looking at. Rutabagas are believed to be a hybrid of a turnip and a wild cabbage. The fuck? Okay. The word comes from a corruption of a Swedish dialect word meaning root bag. Rotabaga. You live and you learn, folks. You live and you learn. Rotabaga, rutabaga. It's a Swede. So do you guys have turnip at all? Do Americans have turnip? Is that just not known? Here we go. The big turnip that we made into lanterns was a Swede. They're just as hard. It's just as much work to dig them out. Have I jumped back or has Robbie repeated it? Simply scoop out the turnip. Simply. Yeah, that'll work. If you've got 2 days and a pneumatic drill. Rob B says they only burned witches in Scotland, they hanged them in England. Yeah, I think we said we covered that earlier, I think. I'm sure we did. I'm sure every now and again we must have actually burnt one. Otherwise, the law of it wouldn't be so widespread. The myth of it, or I don't know. The reason we like a turnip... Hold on. It's jumped. Which was it jumped? Okay, I'm getting there. I'm almost back to where we were. The reason we liked a turnip was a Irish drunk guy made a deal with the devil. He couldn't find his way back. Something like that. Some kind of story. Okay. The Americans ain't got a government, never mind the turnip. Sign of nature comes in. I thought someone would have come in saying that the president was the turnip, but there's a kind of an orange reference in there somewhere, isn't there? But I won't. Am I right? The flesh of a turnip is orange, more orange than the flesh of a Swede. The flesh of a Swede is lighter, white or yellow, maybe. To my mind, they've both got a purple outer. Is that right? Or have I just been brought up wrong, mixing and matching my Swedes and my turnips? I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna have to go for a pee soon, folks. And I'm only... Well, I guess I'm coming to the bottom of my second can. For some reason, I've got a griping stomach tonight. It's gurgling and what have you. Here's a trend I've been seeing a lot lately. So you know that Google sends you alerts of like stories, news, sometimes science in my case. They tailor it to you. I'm getting stories pop up, supposed science stories and sometimes technology stories, but from channels like this. Bee Friendly Gardener. I thought it was beef initially, but it's bee. So gardening that's bee friendly. And then it goes on about large cracks discovered under Greenland ice sheet. And I'm thinking, what's the... I don't get the connection between the name of the channel and the topics that I'm being spammed with by Google's... whatever it is. I don't know. Baubles on a Christmas tree are to deflect bad spirits as well. Baubles. Okay. What about candles or lights? Lights on a tree. It would have been candles once upon a time. What's this symbol at the bottom of the screen? I think it's inviting me to add people to the video. There's a new icon in the middle of the screen while I'm broadcasting. I must have just been looking past it before, hypnotized by my own gorgeousness. Okay, so this whole turnip versus Swede thing is confusing. Two different veg, but names used interchangeably in different parts of the country. Well, in the different constituent countries of the UK. Depends where you're talking about. In the north of England and Scotland, the yellow-fleshed one is a turnip or neep. In southern England, that's a Swede. See, I need clarification. This is all too confusing for me. Oh, where are we, folks? This pressure in my stomach is building. I don't think I just need to go for a wee-wee. We're on 12:46, which means 2 hours and 46 minutes. If you want me to carry on, folks, I am going to have to go and take care of something. And it won't just be a 2-minute one, it might be 5 minutes. Are you all right hanging on? If you need to go, go. But if you need a toilet break yourself of any description, go and take care of that. I'm gonna silence the microphone and turn the camera off. But I will be back. Bear with me. Okay, folks. I'm back. Sorry about that. Call of nature. Oh. Hey, Tina. You gonna get back on the bed now? Tina's just busy getting a drink of water. Can you all hear me? Am I back? Turnips are white. Swede is the yellow one. My entire life has been a lie. Swedes and turnips. Hold on, which way round? Turnips are white. Swedes are orange or yellow. Which one's got the purplish skin on the outside? Fuck. I don't know, folks. What am I? 50? I'm 57 in a fucking 4 weeks. And is that right? I think that's right. 57 in 4, and I'm only just learning which way around is a Swede and a fucking turnip. I don't know. I don't know. What are you meant to do? I was today years old when I learned that I've had turnips and Swedes the wrong way around all my life. And I must have been taught by somebody, yeah? It's not like I just fucking made this shit up myself. See, when you guys say tatties and neeps or whatever with your haggis, I assume neep because turnip. But then I started watching videos online and they're all saying, "Oh no, it's Swede." Then why is it called fucking neep? Neeps. Tina girl, back on the bed. Come on. You've had your drink. You need a hand? You do, don't you? You've gone too far forwards. Let me get your legs. I got you, babe. Oh, here we go. I got you. You're back on the bed. There you go. Daddy looks after his girl, you see? You were struggling, so Daddy helps. Oh, let's have a look. Bend my cushions back. Oh, I don't know, folks. I cannot see that top line. 20, is that 20 thumbs ups? That's good. 20 likes. 20 likes is good. Not the same, yeah, we knew that. Closely related, depending on region. Yeah, the names seem interchangeable. The line where they swap identities somewhere in Yorkshire, probably. Blame my lot. The large yellow one is a turnip. Oscar's off. Oscar, let me try and remember. Oscar's in Nottinghamshire, yeah? Is that right? Good night, mate. Have a good weekend. All of you have a good weekend. Swedish turnip, rutabaga, neeps. Neeps has to be derived from turnips. Come on, it has to be. There's no way that you get neeps from Swede. That just doesn't compute. Turnip is neep, and yeah, because turnip. It's got to be. I wonder whether there's any Dutch influence somewhere, because a lot of your Scottish, your dialect words seem to be shared with Dutch words for some reason. Sometimes, is it Norwegian or Swedish? Norwegian. Things like barn. A small child I think it's in Norway, is a barn. Your barn and your bairn are closely linked. But the broom coo in the veld, that's almost pure Dutch. Look at the coo, the bruin coo. The bruin coo in the veld. Which when I first heard, when I was, 10 or 11 in Dumfries, fucking lost me. This little excited kid. Look at the coo! Look at the coo! The brown coo! And then you've got all that Ken stuff as well. I don't need Ken. We're having lessons now on spotting turnip versus Swede. Neither of them are easy to dig out with a spoon to put a candle inside and do a jack-o'-lantern kind of thing, which is what my mum spent days doing for us this one time. Once and only once. She would not let it defeat her. She did even take the drill to it at one point, but we only had normal drill bits. We didn't have those big splayed out woodworking ones for making wider holes. It was just drilling holes and then digging it out with a spoon or a sharp knife. Thank you, Mum. Oh, this cough is fucking annoying. Are you looking at me? Hello. Hello. Why are you looking at me? Did you get it? You did, didn't you? You got one. You're a clever girl. Tina just caught a mosquito or a fly. Oh, I've still got one here, you fucker. Still empty-handed. Fuck it. I'm just gonna... I've sat here for 2.5 hours trying to grab the bastard. Might as well just go scorched earth. Okay, folks, have we got any other topics? Swedes and turnips was good. 70s and 80s kids' TV was good. We must have... That one's quite a staple, actually, isn't it? The not just kids' TV, but 70s and 80s TV in general. But we've fallen back on that one a few times. Nobody mentioned Mr. Ben, Paddington Bear, which was done in that weird. It wasn't animated per se, was it? It was done. Captain Pugwash was similar. That was done with paper, not paper clips. What do you cut? Paper fasteners. It's kind of done like that with a fixed background and just move these things in front. Paddington was almost just pages out of a book. Rupert the Bear. Everyone remembers his name. Come play in his game. Come follow his game. Loved Rupert. That was one of the most advanced reading books I had when I was about 5. I think I had a reading age of about 12 or 13, and I was enjoying it but struggling with bits because longer words. And I was reading these on my own in a almost leather bound. It wasn't actually leather bound, but it was like a faux leather bound set of books, along with Brer Rabbit, which you're not allowed to talk about anymore because it's very, very racist. But I still love reading Brer Rabbit. It's far cleverer than Bugs Bunny. Brer Rabbit, it really was. Tina girl, where are you going? Okay. And why does that mean you've just pushed the covers off that I've just put on you? All right, I don't know. I don't know that we've got much longer to go here. I'm running out of topics. Let me just check that I'm not just being left behind by chat. It's not lying to me. I am up to date. There aren't that many of us left. It is getting a little late. Just turned midnight for you guys, yeah? So now it's All Saints Day. So the bad stuff's over. You've got all the saints protecting you now. All the saints come out and do the nice stuff today. And yesterday, that's why all the bad ones were up before the good ones get here, I believe. So today in Spain, the shops are shut, a lot of them. The ones that aren't fully shut are on like holiday hours. So Mercadona, one of the big supermarkets, is open 9 while 3 today. After that, it's gone, and some of the other shops just won't be open at all. It's a significant holiday apparently. So there you go. I guess Spain is more religious than. Look at that! All that spraying I just did, folks. You'd think with a lot of insecticide in the air like that. I think that was the mosquito that I just watched fly across. It just hit the tennis racket of death. Is that the first one tonight? I haven't heard much in the snap crackle pop. We got four. We got 4 bangs out of that one. It flew into the mesh, discombobulated with the first bang, and then its separate body parts hit different parts of the racket, I assume. It's been a good thing that the tennis racket of death. Is a cross between a turnip and a sweenip, or a turd? That's a good question. I don't know, but if you cross one of them with a cabbage, you get a rutabaga. Maybe. And what was it Swedish for? Bag of. Now you've got me on Paul Calf, not bag of shite. Something like bag of veg or something, wasn't it? I'd have to scroll back. Was it in? Maybe it didn't get posted in chat. I was reading it on here. Well, the voice is getting worse, folks. The voice is getting worse. I think we might have to call it soon. I'll give it a little while. Where are we for time? We're just after the hour. See, if I was going to end it, I should have ended it on the 1 o'clock my time, 12 o'clock UK. What would that be? I'm lost now, trying to convert for US because we've put the clocks back and they haven't. Does that mean there's now a 5-hour difference between me and them instead of a 6-hour? But only, is it to this weekend or the next? It's not long. So 1 o'clock here would make 8 o'clock there, 8 p.m. East Coast. Maybe. Keith Max just arrived. I'm just thinking about winding it up, Keith, but we'll see if we get some new topics or some new blood, some influx of new questions. Maybe I can carry on. But I'm struggling a little bit with right now my throat because I've been coughing so much. But really, it's just my chest. I've got this silly tickly cough. But we'll see. We're 3 hours in, I think, and are we? Hold on. Yeah, okay. We're 3 hours in, and we're 2 cans in. I'm 2 cans down. Bag of roots, that was it. Well done. Take honey. Yeah, I've got some here somewhere. 2 or 3 bottles of it buried in one of these boxes or other. That's something I've got to do this weekend, folks, because I've got my fridge freezer arriving. Camping fridge freezer, portable, or whatever you want to call it. I do have to clear out some space. And I have had a fly problem. We got a fly problem a couple of weeks ago after the floods, but the fact that they're still here, I think, means I've missed something. I think I've got something that's gone off in a bag somewhere. And I don't know what, and I don't know where. But I do have a number of bags with food items, jars, tins, cardboard. Like I got some Bisto granules. That's chicken. I've also got jars of bovril. A jar of bovril. I'm thinking of making a stew using the chicken gravy for the thickening, as well as flavouring. The Bisto is thickener. But then I might go with the bovril to beefify it, I've been watching a lot of cookery videos lately, and a lot of these not noncy, sorry, poncy chefs, they will often mix chicken stock and beef stock in the same dish. And I keep wondering why. I've also seen them making a steak, beef, and using chicken stock in their sauce. And I'm like, my mum would have called that fucking playing with your food. She didn't like the idea of surf and turf. That was playing with your food. You're either having fucking shellfish or actual fish or meat. You didn't fucking mix and match. It's playing with your food. Uh, but I keep watching these guys and they're like, oh yeah, no, let's put in a pint of chicken stock and 2 pints of beef stock. And I'm like, what? Well, this was for an onion soup, I think. You ever watch these guys? Fallow. It's a restaurant in London. Well, the two chefs that run it, I think they run 3 restaurants now, from what I can tell from them talking. And don't get me wrong, a lot of the stuff they cook looks like it'll taste great. But some of it just seems a little bit too poncy to me. Hold on. A fish stock you can, but only boil for 20 minutes or it goes bitter. Just if you're making it from scratch, like you've got the fish heads and the bones and whatever in there, is that what you mean? Like if I take a packet one, a caldo or a stock cube, that's what I'm looking for. I assume I can just. Here's another one. I keep watching them. They'll put a stock in and then they reduce it and reduce it and reduce it. And I'm thinking, why did you make it with so much water in the first place? Fresh fish bones. They turn to kind of a gelatin, I think, don't they, as well? And I don't know. But rather than reducing a stock, couldn't you have just made it with less water to begin with? Like in particular, I'm thinking like if I make something with a stock cube and I just put you read the instructions and it says, oh yeah, you want a litre of water per cube or whatever it is. I'm thinking, well, I'll just put half a litre in. Then I don't have to put a litre in and reduce it. That just seems obvious. Keith, do I remember right? You're a chef. Chef or cook? Yeah, you reduce to concentrate, but why not just cook it in less water to begin with? Chef, okay, mate. I thought so. Did we argue about bolognese one time? Was that you? Argue's too strong a word. Let me look at my lamp and the. Oh, I've thrown the beer can away, haven't I? It was supposed to go under the lamp. No, it wasn't you that we discussed bolognese. I had a discussion about whether or not. Hold on. There was a red wine versus white wine. There was whether or not garlic goes in, and whether or not to put milk in, milk or cream. Just a little bit, a spoonful or so at the end. I say no garlic in a bolognese for the original true recipe from the town itself. But I know there are French cookbooks that say garlic. But that's French. Mr. S, I was just wondering where you were because I was just moving my lamp around. It's currently balanced on 2 beer cans. Keith's about to post something for me. Here's one for you. Okay. How you doing, Mr. S? What kind of week have you had? Any of you that knew since I last asked this? since I last asked this of chat. I know people cycle in and out. Thumbs up if you haven't already, folks. We seem to have been stuck on 20 for a while. Oh, and now I've got the hiccups. Part hiccup, part burp. Fry mushrooms, onions in oil, then add a glass of wine and let it reduce. The flavour will concentrate in the onions and mushrooms. Yeah. Especially if you dry the mushrooms out first, because the mushrooms are going to give off liquid, and if you can dry them first, they'll absorb those liquids. In fact, some people dry mushrooms and then soak them in a Madeira or a port or something first before doing stuff. Onions give off a lot of liquid in the early stages. I had so last night, as in Thursday night, I had egg chips and fried onions, and I was considering trying to caramelize the onions, but I just had too many of them for the size of my frying pan. The when we had the storms the other week, and then I had this fight with this guy who ran through the camp throwing my pots and pans around. I've lost various pans. I don't have all the equipment I used to have. So I've dug out like a backup set of frying pans from a box in here, but they're only small. Red wine, minced. Hold on. I use carrot, onion, celery. That's your mirepoix. Hold on, who calls it mirepoix? There's a different name in mirepoix would be the French term, and there's another term in Italy for the same concept. That's always your base. Those are your big aromatic kind of red wine, minced pork. Yeah, mixture of pork and beef. Some will put veal in as well. I've also seen some posh knobs trying to say guanciale, the pork cheek, but that's more. What's the other one? The white one, the one that's just egg and cheese, carbonara, guanciale. Chasseur sauce. I don't think I know that one. Okay, Ghana. Isn't that when you put? Isn't that like that's when you wrap a bit of string around a bunch of herbs so they don't get lost? Never heard of any wine in bolognese. Garlic, yes. You see, the if you go to the is it Bologna or whatever the actual city's called, they have an official recipe that says garlic no, and it says wine, and I think they leave it up to you whether it's white or red, which you put in after you've browned your mince. Well, okay, depends. Hmm. Some people will brown their mince first and take it out, then they do the mirepoix, put the mince back in, and that's when you want to get your wine in. Reduce it. Um, then it's your tomatoes and whatever else that you're going to do. A few herbs and what have you, and then right at the end, it's a splash of milk or cream, but very little. What sauce do you serve with Bombay duck? Is Bombay duck the real duck, or is that the one that's the fish that's not fish, bird's nest? No. I don't know. I've never had Bombay duck. I wouldn't know what to do with it. If it's an actual duck, I'd be tempted to go orange, but apple sauce or orange sauce. Is this a trick question? What's the one? There's one that's called something like that, and it's not a duck at all. It's like a fucking bird's nest or something. Dried fish. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So trick question. It sounds like here. Yeah. I don't know that much about any of this. I trick question. Yeah. But I suspected it was a trick question. I said if it was an actual duck, I'm going orange. But I was thinking is that bird's nest, the one that's made out of a bird's spit? That's different. That's not your Bombay duck. It's a fish. Okay. You do not many know that. I only had half an inkling. I didn't know for sure. I mean, if I'd been on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, I would have been phoning a friend. It's a dried fish. So, okay, it gets the Bombay name because India, but why duck? Do they use it as a substitute or an alternate? Is it a, have they adapted a Chinese recipe or something? I'm intrigued as to. I mean, I get Bombay because India, but why duck? Is that a mistranslation by some Brit somewhere along the way? You get that kind of thing. So, for example, the Red Sea in the Bible wasn't the Red Sea. You go back to the original, I can't remember, ancient Greek text or something, and it was the Reed Sea and got mistranslated somewhere in the 17th or 18th century. You've seen it in Torrevieja, fish salt in markets. Okay, interesting. It's just the name, yeah. A lot of things become just the name, like a few hundred years later. But at some point in the past, there would have been a reason, wouldn't there? I don't know. Interesting. I'm glad you're here, Keith. Conversation was drying up. Um, yeah, Mirepoix. I know Mirepoix, but I know another word, and it's not coming in. Bokeh garni. I think that's when you tie up a bunch of herbs so you can just pull them all out together. You might even nowadays put them inside those tea bag things, those perforated paper bag things, or whatever they are. Mr. S is off to bed, can't keep his eyes open. Okay, Mr. Sharafsha, catch you later, mate. Sofrito. Hold on, what's the one I ordered? Yeah, Sofrito and Mirepoix, that's right. Yeah, well done. Which is which? One's the French word, one's the Italian. Mirepoix definitely sounds French. So I'm going to say Sofrito is the Italian word. Best guess. Yeah, thank you for that, UK Richie. And thank you for that other thing earlier, if I've got their names right. Yeah. So for anyone late joining, I've been, for the last month or so, I've been mulling over a purchase. And I've been, I wanted a fridge, a minimum of a fridge. But then I started thinking about an upright fridge with an ice box. So I had like a freezer compartment. And I've been mulling this for a while. And then one of you guys, Ryan for Truvium, came along and showed me this camping fridge that he had. It's more chest freezer style, lid on top, a bit like my camper, my cooler box, my camping cooler box thing, but powered by a compressor to do the job properly for the cooling. Can't be reversed to do heat. It is just a fridge freezer. So there's a little compartment which is the fridge, and there's a large compartment that can be either fridge or freezer. And my thoughts are, through the day, ramp up the freezer compartment and make ice, because I've got other cooler boxes and bags and things still, well insulated. So I can move stuff out of the proper fridge into just a cooler box with some ice, make bigly ice, make a lot of ice, and that will keep the fridge freezer cold overnight without using power, without running. So through the day, when I've got excess sun and therefore excess power, make ice, and then just use the ice in cool boxes or at night in the fridge freezer with that turned off just to keep everything cold. But I've been mulling this over whether to go for the chest freezer style or whether to go for more upright, which looks like it has more storage. The bigger looks like more storage. It depends on the shelving arrangement and inside the door and stuff. But in the end, I plumped for the chest freezer style because it's more efficient. When you open it, the cold air sits in. When you open a fridge, the cold air falls out. But I've made the decision. I've got it arriving in a day or three. Arrives at a friend's, probably Monday. That's what's stated, and I have every expectation of taking receipt on the Tuesday or Wednesday. So that's just an update for those of you that have arrived late. Here we go. Unacceptable variants. Okay, you say unacceptable. Now, there's a guy, who's he called? Vincenzo. Vincenzo's plate. I think he likes to have veal in it. So there's an Italian Academy of the Kitchen Fondata. I don't know Fondata. The Audio Vergani. No, there's too many words there that I don't know. I was going off the original, whatever the town is. I assume the town's Bologna, but I know that you can get mistaken because there's a French place with a similar name, but Bolognese. But that town has its official recipe. You're giving me an official Italian Academy of Cooking. Fondata, I don't know, but let me have a look. Unacceptable. Hold on. You're welcome, said UK Richie. Thank you, mate. No, seriously, thank you. It's a fried bacon, egg, sausage, and tomato. I've missed something there, haven't I? Oh, a Georgie Best. A Georgie Best, it's a kind of breakfast, yeah? I think I've heard this somewhere before. Oh, it's a very. Let me. That's what I kind of half cheated because it's jumping like shit. Backwards and forwards. I don't know where I am with this. Where did you get it from? The fridge? Amazon, unfortunately. Not the biggest fan, but wide choice, selection, good price, and what can you do? I'm just going to scroll. It's a fried bacon, egg, sausage, and tomato. Yeah. Now, Jack Attack's giving me an official recipe. Coarse ground beef. Does it specify fat content? Are we going 20% or 30%? Some say 30% for more flavour. Others prefer leaner because you're getting better value for money. Fresh, we're doing pork pancetta. Pancetta? Never. I mean, it's a pork variation, I guess, but this gets me. I find that they go really low on the like the mirepoix, the onion, carrot, one celery stalk. I like to fill a pan. I like to make a cauldron full. This whole half an onion thing is. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. Half a cup of red or I need a red or white. Strained tomatoes. I throw the juice in as well. Tomato paste, double concentrated. So with passata, I'm guessing. Half a cup of whole. Yeah, half a cup. That seems a lot. The milk optional. Okay. Light meat or vegetable broth or stock cubes. Extra virgin olive oil. Yeah, that's for the frying. Salt and pepper. Mirepoix is French. Okay, I thought that sounded the more French of the two. Unacceptable variants. Veal. Really? Smoked pancetta or bacon? Not allowed. You can't go with only pork. Garlic's not allowed. No rosemary. Hold on. Rosemary, parsley, or other herbs and spices. You're not allowed to substitute brandy for the wine, even though brandy is just a, what's the word I'm looking for? Like a concentrated wine, a re-fermented wine. Not fermented. Um, Come on, guys. What's the word? When you evaporate shit. Yeah, I don't know. Flour is a thickening agent. Not allowed. You're not allowed flour. Interesting, isn't it? Hold on. It's jumped. It's jumped. It's jumped. I knew Irish stew was mutton. Yeah. In fact, did any of you guys watch this bloke? Garen. Like Darren, but beginning with a G. Garen underscore music, I think, is the proper name of his channel on YouTube. He's hilarious. Really, really funny Irish dude. I'd never heard of him until about 2 weeks ago, and I just can't get enough. He's funny. He's like, follow me, subscribe. I'm delicious. Big, fat guy. Fairly young. I gotta. Which way does it want me to scroll? I'm on the permitted variants. You can mix beef and pork. Okay, 60% beef. So beef has to be the majority. You can you can chop the meat with a knife rather than have it proper minced. Okay. Cured pancetta instead of fresh pancetta would be allowed, and a pinch of nutmeg can be allowed. Here's Keith. This is where it was jumping about. Sorry, so I'm a bit out of order. I didn't know Irish stew didn't have carrots, but I knew it was mutton rather than lamb. I mean, it was definitely sheep because of the amount of fat. When you open the tin of Irish stew, there's always that there's always that layer. There's about an inch. A third of the can is the fat that's floating on the top. UK Richie said I would use several onions, 2 carrots, and 2 or 3 sticks of salt. Yeah, me too. I This is when I'm watching this Vincenzo's plate online. Book called Vincenzo. Um, Italian chef, and he's very protective of traditional recipes. He doesn't mind if someone makes variants as long as they say it's a variant or a variation or a personal twist on. Uh, but what he doesn't like is if someone says this is a traditional recipe and then they. So Jamie Oliver gets a lot of stick from these guys. Jamie Oliver gets a lot of stick from a lot of proper chefs. I think, the problem with Jamie Oliver is that when he was young, he was properly trained and he made the proper thing. But he's been on TV now for 20 or 30 years, and he's constantly trying to find a new twist, a new variation, chili jam, or, or whatever. Um, was the chili jam? I can't remember whether that was in his fucking egg fried rice or something else. But yeah, sheep veg is also flavour. This is true. Distilled. That's the word I was looking for, Richard. Thank you. Sometimes my words just don't. Sometimes my words just don't come together. Evaporate reduction in my day. I think whenever you add wine to something, you should hang fire before you add anything else, and don't have any other liquids in there already. You wanna reduce your wines in particular, but yeah, the evaporation thing with wine to brandy was definitely distillation. I think I might be wrong. I mean, it might just be a second fermenting. I don't know. Italian. Have you found like the official bologna recipe though? Is it the same? Is that the same thing? Well salted caramel. Don't America? They do a big. What's their taffy? Taffy salt taffy. America. I mean, the difference between a caramel, a toffee. Uh, what are the other words? There's not the fudge. There's three or four. There's three or four things there, and usually it's the milk solids that separate. Is it a fudge? Is it a what's the word that Americans can't say? Apart from caramel, where they always say caramel. Uh, Toffee, caramel, fudge. There's another one, and I think it's a French word, and they can never say it, and it's not going to come because my brain's like that nowadays, folks. The distinction between a lot of these things is the amount of salted caramel, taffy, caramel, fudge. Nougat. What's nougat? That's the French sounding word that must be toffee adjacent because they just say nugget, don't they? But the difference between most of them is the amount of butter solids. Butter, yeah. No expert. My mum used to make toffee, loved it. Treacle toffee, is treacle toffee and bonfire toffee the same thing, or are those variants? Uh, she'd make peanut brittle as well. Uh, there's no wonder I've got no teeth. And I only ever had one filling pulled out by toffee. I think that might have been a chocolate eclair. Chocolate eclairs. Oh, I think those were the nicest sweets ever. We haven't done a we've done a nostalgia trip on TV shows. What about the old sweets like Rainbow Crystal, the Texan Bar, Cough Cops, Pear Drops? Keep going. Obviously, fruit salads, blackjacks. Uh, what else was in the penny drawer? Penny. The little white mice. The flying saucers with the snap crackle pop stuff inside. That's all. We should do a separate program on that at some point. Consomme. That's where you put stuff. Consomme. That's the one where you put stuff in oil, but you don't get it hot enough to fry per se. It just kind of cook. Is that consomme? No, I don't think it is. I'm thinking of something else. You put garlic in your oil, and you end up with like a soft and squishy garlic, but you also get a flavored oil out of it. And you can put other herbs and whatever in. I don't know if that's consomme. Here we go. Let me finish reading the rest of the sentence. Did you ever hear of consomme? That's the wrong here, but okay. Oh, it jumped, it jumped, it jumped. It's to make it easy. It's like an OXO when it's finished, but when you make it, it gets real cloudy. Do you know what you put in to make it clear? It's not a trick question. To clear some things. There are some things you do in cookery where you put something in and the stuff you don't want drops to the bottom to make everything else clear. Or there are others you put in and it makes it dissolve more effectively. Don't know. Bullseyes, clove drops. Does it look like mush? Oh yeah, the coconut mushroomy things. Yeah. Bones, vegetable. Okay, vegetables. So a bone broth. Consomme. Bones, vegetables boiled in a stock pot consomme. What's the word I'm thinking of then? See, I know I've got a concept in mind. Hot oil, but not so hot that things fry. You just put stuff in and it just kind of cooks in the oil. People do it with garlic, in particular garlic. But I gotta get a word. It's going to annoy me now. Where are we? There's a search box. Cooked in, let's say, warm oil, but not fried. Warm oil slowly. Confit. Hold on. Slowly, not fried. I think confit, but that's before I've even typed it in. Go search. Confit with an N. N for November, not M for Mike. Confit. That's the beginning with con is probably where I made my connection with the other word and got it wrong. I do that. Egg whites. Yeah, okay. Put some protein in and it clarifies things. Isn't there a similar thing with, yeah, the beers and wines and stuff? They do it in brewing, yeah, to clear things. Is that? I don't remember why we started with this. Maybe I'm covering something that we've already covered. Yeah, no. Some people check whether wines are vegan or not, and the sticking point is I think it's like the egg white used to clarify, used to clear. Oh yeah, I'd love to follow the links, Jack Attack, but I can't tonight. But in the morning, I've been saying this for weeks. I am so far behind with watching myself back. Findings clarify broth. Often egg whites are used. There you go. Gotta head off. Good night, all. Good night, Richard. Sautéing. That's a light frying, isn't it, with onions, like sweating or whatever. But I'm assuming that sweating and sautéing are the same word in different languages. I could see that being pronounced sweating. But yeah, sautéing. Saute, slow cooking in a warm or I probably overstated it when I said hot. Slow cooking in a warm oil. You get the links later. I can when I watch it back, mate. You are quite correct. How many of us here? There's 6 of us here. We're still stuck on 20 on the thumbs ups. Somebody here hasn't clicked the button. Does anybody remember those days when we would hit 40? Was it 40? 42 maybe. The record somewhere around there. Le Repertoire de la Cuisine is the Bible of cooking. That's French cooking. The Italians would probably disagree with you. I didn't click, sorry. No worries, mate. This is why I remind. This is why I prod, and it's not a biggie. It's just a silly number on a screen. But allegedly it influences the algorithm, or at least once upon a time it did. People tell me now it's not so important. They also tell me that subscribing is not as important as it used to be. It's more about what you watch. So let's say you watch a video by somebody and then you watch another one by them straight afterwards. That's allegedly a bigger signal to YouTube than hitting the subscribe button. Because YouTube's all about watch time per person and per person, per video, and per creator. Um, what's your IQ, Mike? I bet it's high. I wouldn't have thought so nowadays. I struggle to put these ideas together. I get concepts mixed up. If the first three letters are the same, I'll go off on a tangent that's not right. Um, I think when I was younger, I was fairly sharp. I did a Mensa test. Um, not like I didn't like sit in the official, but I've done published Mensa tests and passed, did well. Um, but I didn't go through the proper pay money and sit the proper. I think you have to go somewhere and sit in a proper fucking room with people. Didn't I met a few people who were Mensa and they put me off. They didn't dissuade me deliberately. They literally put me off because of who they were and what they were, their personalities. um, yeah, no. Uh, Book smarts, but thick as two short planks when it came to the fucking real world. Especially when it came to people. Now, I have hints of this myself. There are hints of it. I'm not great at maintaining relationships. I'm not great at striking up new friendships. Uh, what else am I not great at? I don't always detect like the emotion in the room, or sometimes I'll see a nod or a I'll see I'm talking to somebody, two or three people, and I'll see a glance between two people, and I'll think that means something. Did I say something wrong, or did I hit a nail on the head? Have I surprised them with some? I can't I can't discern what that glance meant. Um, yeah, so I I've often wondered if that puts me on the autistic spectrum somewhere. But I've always, whenever I read one of these quizzes that tries to assess these things, I always decide not. There's always a few real blockers that say, no, you're not. Uh, I don't know. I was sharp when I was younger. Um, Crosswords and puzzles and my ability to focus when I was in my 20s and 30s, when I was like computer programming, my ability to block out the rest of the world, concentrate on a problem to the degree that I could go off. Let's say I'd go and take a shower, and the problem's still buzzing around him, and I'd solve it. I'd solve it. I wrote a program when I was about 14 to work out all of the words that were anagrams of each other in the English language. I had a dictionary file, and I wanted to load each one up, and I needed to find. So, like Lancaster and ancestral are the same letters in different orders. Uh, I wrote a computer program to go through a dictionary file and just find all of the groups of words that were anagrams of each other. And I got that solved that in the shower because I'd been focusing on it so much, and I came up with a solution that was fairly rapid, worked fairly well. I discovered a few years later that obviously other people had already solved this problem, but back then we didn't have the internet. Um, so it wasn't as easy to research things, to find things, to get other people's code snippets, or to read up on other people's algorithms on how to do this. But so later on, I learnt better ways of solving the same problem. I even had a website called The Solver. I think I had three or four variations of the domain name. Long gone. Didn't couldn't keep up the payments once COVID happened and cards got fucked. But the solver.co.uk. People would type in you could type in a word that you wanted an anagram of, or you could do the crossword puzzle like blank blank T blank 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 L, and like it's an 8-letter word or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. Who was robbing your tent? He got the pans out. Well, the pans were already out, so we'd had a flood in the field, a very minor flood by the standards of this place. They haven't maintained the ditch at the top, and so it overspilled. So that was the first storm. We had a flood, and everything that was on the floor moved that away, including some pans that were out in my cooking area. So a week later, I'd taken those, and they were full of sludge. I'd cleaned them, I'd taken the rough out, and I'd put them on the table. I've got a big pine table. I'd put them on the table, put them on the table, fill them with water and a little bit of washing up liquid. And I thought, I'll leave these overnight and I'll finish the cleanup in the morning. And then this guy was trying to break into the Repsol garage. I heard bang, bang, bang at the top of the road, 4 o'clock in the morning, or just before 4:45, 4 o'clock, whatever it was. So I decided to walk the dog up there, and I told the guy to fuck off, and he didn't want to go away, so we had a fist fight. I decked him. I thought it was the end of it. He said no more. Then he stood up, and then he tried again. I decked him. Then he started to walk off home, and so I started to come back down here. He doubled back and followed me back to the tent. And for 2 hours, we kept having stand-up, knockdown fist fights. And, yeah, he got hurt. But at one point, he got to the tent and started shaking it and damaged the tarpaulin and split the roof in one place in the actual tent. And then he ran through the camp, and I'm chasing him. And these pans that were on the table rinsing, he threw them at me. One hit my chest and should have fallen to the floor. One, I turned my head, I think this way, and it hit me on the head. I got a little lump on the back of my head. I cannot find either of those pans. They're gone. It's the damnedest thing. The next morning, I could not find. I chased him. He tripped over a couple of times. I kicked him in the head. I gave him a battering. At some point, he fell over onto something sharp and cut his hands. Blood everywhere. And he kept coming back and coming back and coming back for 2 fucking hours. So I rang the police, and they've still not been. I rang them twice. They didn't come out. So I had to get rid of him on my own. Bit of mental manipulation. I persuaded him that with the amount of blood he was losing, he was in danger. People who are bleeding heavily panic. They think they're going to bleed out. I mean, blood makes a mess. It always looks like more than it is. So I played upon or preyed upon his insecurities in that direction, and he eventually went off up the road screaming. When I called for the police, I called for an ambulance, so maybe they came and got him. I don't know. Nobody came to me. And when I was on the phone calling the police, he was here, still fighting, still threatening me, still throwing stones, and came back the next day. Wanted my help to find his phone and wallet. I explained where he'd run through the field. I said I thought he'd lost something up by the garage right at the start of it. But I said, well, you were either on this track here, up at the petrol station at the top of the road, on this track here, or you ran through the field one time, tripped over a couple of times. Here's the path you took, and he got his phone. Wallet, no idea. I don't even know if he had a wallet. Kept asking for his friends. What was it? Nikita and can't remember the other one. But he kept asking for these two. He thought they were in the tent. He said, "No, I'm not here to see you. I want to see Daymar and Nikita." I'm like, "It's my home. There's nobody else here. Just go away." 2 hours of this, and every time he'd say, "That's enough. No more fighting." And he'd go off and he'd fill his like his tracksuit top with stones, and then come down and he'd wang the stones at me and at the tent. Most annoying. Vitruvium, Ryan. All good, mate. Just telling everyone that I've pushed the button on the purchase. Happy Halloween. I've never done that. It's not something I would ever say to anybody ever. Happy Halloween. It's like I got it going back a few years, maybe 20, so just a few. I was teaching this lady. I used to teach people how to use their new computers. Everyone was getting computers when the internet kind of started, 2000 onwards. Well, a little bit before. And I was teaching this kind of little old lady in her own home how to use a computer. She gave me an Easter card and said Happy Easter, and I was like, I was lost. I haven't seen an Easter card since like fucking infant school when they used to make us draw chickens and eggs and rabbits. I had no clue. I had never said Happy Easter to anybody in my entire fucking adult life. I think to this day I still haven't. Uh, Christmas is a thing. Easter comes and goes, and you get a week off work or whatever, or a few days, long weekend, whatever it might be. Um, I've never wished anybody a happy Easter, and certainly not a fucking happy Halloween. Um, I hope everyone's had a good one, but it's not something I'm ever going to say. Rocky. I used to box a little bit when I was younger. This guy was like, I'm going to say 30 plus or minus. I lean more towards the 25 to 30 end of things, but as you get older, it gets more difficult to judge the younguns. Um, every time he came down, I won every fight. Whether it was stone throwing, whether it was fisticuffs, whether it was chasing him through the fucking field, whether it was just push and shove and him ending up on the ground, everything he tried, I won every fucking round. Now, the next day when he comes back, he claims it was all alcohol. I was this close to him for fucking big periods of time. We were on the floor wrestling at one point. I was this close to him. I never smelt alcohol on him. Never smelt a drop. There was clearly something wrong with him. Now, whether he was on drugs or whether he was off his meds, we could debate. For my money, he was off his meds. I think there's something wrong with the guy, and things were off balance, both metaphorically and literally. Um, yeah, no, it wasn't a great night. I spent half the night sat outside because he'd slope off back up the road and then he'd lay down in the middle of the main road. And then 5 minutes later, he's staggering back down. Well, not staggering, but uh, dragging his feet down the road. So you could hear him coming, but I wasn't going to get in here and lay on the bed and wait for him to come back and attack either the tent, my dog, or me. So I sat on my chairs outside, waited for the footsteps to get close enough, and then I'd be out either throwing stones at him or waiting for him to get closer and smacking him. I was only throwing stones because he did first. This is a defensive and deterrent thing. I don't just throw stones willy nilly. But like I said, he'd wrap them in his clothing and then like slingshot them and have a like a bag full of stones coming at me at once. Um, yeah, no, it was an interesting night, but not a. I don't think he nicked them because I watched him go away in the end. I don't know whether someone else is playing games, whether they've bounced. If I'm going to do a video any day now showing this field, there are so many flowers and bushes. The bushes have grown so much after those two storms. So we had like a 2 or 3 day storm one week, and then we had another one a week later. And the field is in absolute bloom. blossom. The path under the trees where I go and do some of my ablutions, um, I can hardly get through. Everything's so when I'm squatting under the trees, I was worried I was becoming visible because all the growth had gone and you could just look out and people could look in. Now it's all so green and in blossom and everything's growing. I can hardly get through to the fucking trees. Um, like I said, I'll do. So it's possible that some of these plants bounced off me and landed somewhere strange, like in a bush or under a bush, and now I just can't see. Feels strange. I do wonder whether someone's playing funny buggers. He didn't take my pans, but maybe somebody else did. Um, yeah. Can I say this? So a few days ago, maybe a week ago, Tina got out in the night. She can't walk, but she can get out the fucking tent when she wants. And she was around here. I had a bin with some food that was going bad. I'd had to throw away. She was here. I thought it was mice or rats. And I went out and I'm looking and I'm looking. I come back in. It's only when I come back in I realise that the dog's not on the bed. She's fucked off. She was out there somewhere. So I go out the door she would have gone out and around. And there's this fucking parasol in its case, in its bag, lying on the floor. Someone's just dumped a parasol here in the night, maybe? Possibly late afternoon or evening, and I've just not heard them or seen it. But I had been out and about that day. So that's always weird. Today, someone else has just dumped some. I say dumped. They're trying to donate, but without asking. It's a bit of an annoyance of mine. It's a. I'm not sure if it's two. You know the cushions that you put on plastic chairs when they're out on your porch or on your patio. I'm not sure if it's two of those or if it's one bigger one, like a that you put by the swimming pool on the recliners. I got one. I've thrown others away in the past. Uh, I've already got a parasol, sombría in español. I've already got one. Now this seems sturdy. I haven't actually taken it out of its packaging, out of its bag. It seems bigger than what I've got. It seems heavier, probably more sturdy, as long as it's not broken. Often people dump stuff on me when it's no good for them and also no good for me. I guess I'm being a little bit. Just shout me. Ask me, do you want this? Is this any use to you? Right now, I've got these cushion things between me and the road, and it looks like I'm dumping shit. And it's something I don't need. So now I've got to fucking dispose of it. That's an extra journey up to the bins when I've got a disabled dog that it's difficult to leave. I know people mean well. But just ask. Don't just dump. Anyway, here endeth the whining. Dude nicked your pants. I don't think so, but someone else might have. Was he pissed? I'm gonna go either he's on drugs or he's or he's not taken his meds. Maybe spiked. That's possible. But how can I say this politely? I don't care the who, how, what, when, where, when. The fact is, he was a clear and present danger to me that night. I was literally doing, literal self-defense. got no idea who this guy is, what he's capable of. He's throwing rocks at me and stones. Some of them were fucking big rocks. We came to blows, like I said, maybe a dozen times, maybe more, a dozen separate fights. And he just would not fucking go. I mean, he did go, but he'd come back and back and back and back again. Couldn't let it go. And what thanks do I get for stopping? I'm not sure whether he was trying to break in or whether he was just trying to do kind of damage, whether he's trying to smash the place up. From what I could see, it looked to me like someone had left a gas bottle out. He had some kind of big, heavy cylinder on his shoulder and was smacking the building. So whether it's vandalism or whether it's robbery, I don't fucking know. And the only heavy cylindrical things I can think that they would have loose up there, they have gas canisters, gas bottles. The 14, the different types of gas probably weigh different. The butane, propane, whatever. And they have some of these bottles are a metal outer with a plastic inner lining, a plastic inner container. The lightweight ones are 14 kilograms of gas. I don't know how much the actual bottle weighs, but maybe someone's left one of those out loose at night when they shouldn't have. And I think something like that. That's the kind of thing it looked like he was using to break in. So 4 in the morning, I wander off up there just to tell them to fuck off and shut the fuck up and stop making noise. The police don't turn up when I call. Repsol never acknowledge me for my good deeds. And I got 2 hours of fucking stand-up knockdown fistfights out of it. And at my age, that ain't good. Not just my age, but my lack of physical fitness. I was aching for about a week afterwards just from throwing punches. He landed one on my face that I know of, and I took a couple of kicks when I was trying to get at him while he was on the ground. I was trying to kick him in the head and what have you, or get down and wrestle and chokehold. But I took a couple of kicks while I was trying to get in close. I had him in chokehold at one point, but I didn't. Probably a mistake. I should have. Then again, you do a chokehold and he swallows his tongue or something, and then you're in manslaughter land, aren't you? Who wants that shit? I think I've said before, I always move towards trouble. When there's something happening, I get closer to see what's happening. If I think I can help or stop it, I'm going to move in. Always have. Maybe I'll think twice now. Maybe I'd think twice. Who's worse to be picked up by, the Guardia Civil or the Policia Local? Guardia Civil by a mile. Those guys escalate. Those guys are looking for a fight continuously. Policia Local look like normal blokes. Guardia Civil look like fucking squaddies. But not just like squaddies, they look like squaddies that are out on a Friday night looking for a fight. Every interaction I've had with them is confrontation and escalation on their behalf. Every time. And if you get picked up by the Policia Local, you get driven to the cells which are managed and run by the Guardia Civil anyway. Policia Local have some small holding cells, but you're only there for half an hour before they drive you to the Guardia Civil. Look at me. I'm talking like an old lag. I'm an old hand at this. I know all about the routines with the fucking different bits of police. Ryan says, this is why I always mind my own business. It's never worth the hassle afterwards. You're probably right. But it's just not in my nature. I think I can look back. I've done first aid on people and saved lives. I've stepped into the middle of fights and stopped fights. I'm fairly sure I've saved the lives of 2 policemen on separate, on separate occasions. Um, One I definitely saved. One, there was a group of us. I'm not sure it would have got that serious, and there was 4 or 5 of us anyway. Um, but we stopped a cop taking a beating from a bunch of a rather large bunch of teenagers that had got him on the floor in a doorway of a shop, and were taking turns to lean in and have a kick. Oi! Got the burps and the hiccups. Yeah, fools rush in where angels fear to tread. Would have been a good video. There might well be video at Repsol, but they don't know it. If I'm telling the police, I've just stopped a robbery at the Repsol at the petrol station. You'd think that they'd have told Repsol it had happened, no? But then you'd have thought they'd have come out and found me. I said I'm the man in the tent opposite Repsol. I could have been dead for a month by now. Is it a month? It's a good 3 weeks ago, maybe. I could have been dead all this time. Tina would have been picking at my corpse and eating away. Like the pigs in the earlier conversation. You weren't here for that, half of you. Tina could have been eating away at me. One day it might happen. If it does, don't hold it against her. She's just doing what dogs do. I will donate my body to Tina in the event of my premature death in the tent. Somebody clip this. It might be needed for evidence if someone's looking to whether or not to put Tina down. Buy a headcam for the next fight. Yeah. I'm full of shit like that. I have so much spare cash, I can just run around buying whatever I want whenever I want. I've thought about trail cams and wireless Wi-Fi cameras and stuff pointed up or down the road in case people, for the kids doing mischief or for the police visits. If you gave me 10 cameras, it still wouldn't be enough. I'd still find a gap in the requirements for when the police come and lie. The number of outright lies. I should find the video. I've not got them on video, but my notes afterwards were contemporaneous. They were made in the immediate aftermath. 2 cops come and they tell me I can't camp here. And I tell them it's private land. Tierra privada or parcelo privado. I'm learning. Parcelo privado. Private land. And they say, no. Used to be private, but now the town hall's taken it over. I say, no. And they turned to each other. Said, kind of privada? Maybe. And then the other one says, no, it's not. It definitely was, but now isn't. It's like you just had a conversation where you didn't know. And you turn to me with a definitive, yes, it is. On your fucking bike, son. I'm not as green as I'm cabbage looking. I think I've mentioned it probably to death for some of you that have been here a while. The time that the head of the Policia Locale, or so at least somebody very senior, lots of gold braid, lots of scrambled egg, as you sometimes call it in certain company. He spent 2 hours. He had 5 guys here, and then him, and he spent 2 hours walking around the field on the phone to people, trying to find out who owns the land and whether I can be moved on. And in the end, they just left. In the end, I just told them, okay, guys, I'm going inside now. I wasn't just going to stand there for 2 or 3 fucking hours. In the end, I came back inside, and eventually, one of them, the one that had the best English, shouted at me and said, "Right, we're off now." I kid you not. Half an hour later, they're still here, stood chatting. You pay taxes in Torrevieja. You want to find out where your fucking money's going. A really senior officer, 5 other officers, 2.5 hours in the field trying to get me on whatever, and then a half-hour post-incident chat in the fucking road or in the hedge. That's where your money's going. Harassing an honest tramp who's just parked a tent in a corner of a field. No more, no less. Well, there's more than a tent. There's a table, there's a gas bottle, a few chairs. It's accruing over time. After it accrued over time before, and then they came and stole it all. I'm still bitter about that. Why don't you move somewhere less risky? Torrevieja has all sorts. How do I know that where I go is private land? And what I need is for it to be private land and the owner to not be contactable. At the minute, I'm kind of sitting pretty here. I can't be trespassed until they trace the owner, or unless the owner turns up and says, "Get off my land, please." At the minute, I'm not going to say untouchable because there are other wheels in motion, there are other things happening. But in terms of me being here, they kind of can't touch me. From what I can gather, it's private land, the owner hasn't complained. The police harassed me for ages, but now it seems that they've um, gotten used to the idea that they can't do anything. They spent forever telling me it was public land and therefore I must go. If I move somewhere else, I have to start all over. I've built up a support network here as well. There are a few people in this locale who know where I am and who visit me, bring me things. Bring Anthony bringing me breakfasts when he's in the country. Tom bringing me a beer and coming and sitting and chatting. Adela, the Spanish lady who sometimes brings me food. Um, my friend Karen, who's within travel distance, not easy travel distance. Coming through the centre of town would take 30 to 40 minutes, but sometimes they go around and come in a different way, which still takes time, but they're moving all the way, so it feels better. I don't know, folks. If I try such, also you've got the logistics of actually moving. You seen the size of my tent, Ryan. You didn't stick your head in and see all the possessions in here, but there's a fucking set of drawers here, 6-drawer chest, wood. There's a 6-drawer chest of plastic drawers over there. There's a veg rack fully laden. There's 2 double bed mattresses. I could probably source those elsewhere once I got there. I got a big kind of Queen Anne chair. Still not got you fucker. I got my gas bottle and my cooker. I got my EcoFlow solar panel. The cool box I'm not too bothered about. That seems to be dead. It's impractical. But I'm going to have my fridge freezer in a day or two. I got more blankets and quilts and bedding and clothing than I know what to do with. I got more towels than I know what to do with. I definitely got you there, you little. I did not. Are you sure you're not a fucking hologram? In summer, I can just pluck them out of the air like one time in 3. Tonight, I've had about 20 goes and still not killed the bugger. You won't see it. It's a mosquito that's buzzing around. You should have gone to Repsol and told them. Maybe, but you're just telling a member of staff. I mean, what do they care? I don't know. There's a language barrier. My Spanish is not great. A lot of the Spanish don't have great English. I don't know. Maybe elements of the videotape wouldn't have looked too good. Like I said, once I put him on the ground, I was trying to kick him in the head. He was trying to kick me, but I'm trying to kick a man on the ground. That might not look too good on videotape. Might not. Maybe I shouldn't be saying this. I think Keith's been scrolling back through chat to the beginning when we were talking about Alive. Did anybody confirm whether it was a soccer team or a rugby team? I keep doing this. I always say rugby, and I think I'm always wrong. I think it was a soccer team, football team. Come live on my land, says Vitruvium. There's an offer. Is it your? Is it actually your land? Your land for real? I have built up a community. I've built up a following. I'll bear the offer in mind if that's okay with you. If that's it's a fallback, isn't it? I just think that most people around here, whether they're for me or against me, and some of the neighbours were against just the fact that I was here. Right back to when it was just a tarpaulin over 6 broom handles. Some of the neighbours were against me. But after 3 years, I think they've adjusted. Some of them have actually become friendly, believe it or not. When they leave the country, they bring me a bag of, their leftovers, a bag of whatever food they've got. Um, some of these are people who were positively against me initially. So they've even come down and asked, how have you arrived in this situation? What's happened? How do you end up like this? Uruguayan rugby team. The old Christians. Oh, fuck. Oh, cannibalism's not going to sit well, is it? How many survived, Jack? Does it say? How many were on board and how many survived? And presumably, because this is only, 53 years ago, let's assume they were in their 20s. So some of these are still alive. Maybe. Age seven, somewhere between 70 and 80, depending on their age at the time. Stomach's gurgling again. Apparently, I've been disconnected at some point and I didn't notice. The clock has started again. We're on 26 minutes. It's 2:19, folks. Does that mean I've been going nearly 4.5 hours? Okay. Well, I think with that, we'll give it another however many minutes it is until the 11 minutes. We'll call it quits in about 11 minutes if that's okay with you guys. Gotta take the good with the bad, yeah. 72 days. Oh, fuck. 2.5 months. Wow. 45 on board, only 16 survived. Well, that's a third ish. Wasn't there a movie? There was. Yeah. Called Alive. We discussed it more towards the beginning of the TrampCast. Horrendous. Horrendous. How did we get there when we were talking about it? Probably because I've been listening to an audio book called 1 Second After, which is about a nationwide power cut in America caused by tactical nukes and an EMP. The the reason we got there was that the town in the book, the town in the story, they were burying dead. When people died, they were burying them, but off in a field they had some pigs and some cows. And my theory is they could have improved their lot if they'd fed the dead with their permission as they're dying. You know what I mean? You want, or from their next of kin maybe. Feed the dead bodies to the pigs, fatten the pigs up, eat the pigs. It's kind of cannibalism by proxy, but it's not cannibalism per se. So that would have been my. So then we went off on the cannibalism route, and that's how we ended up. That's how we ended up there. I think. Also, people were talking about. We were talking about places we'd been and places that would be nice to go, and Argentina and Chile, I think it was discussed. And yeah, you're in that area. October 13th. Interesting. Margaret Thatcher's birthday, but also my brother's. I just had to throw that out there. Extreme cold, starvation, and an avalanche. Oh. Okay, two survivors trekked for 10 days across the mountains to find help. Yeah, I remember they get to the bottom of the mountain and suddenly there's green grass and trees. And that's kind of the eureka kind of moment. Meat is meat. This is true. But there's a big taboo about cannibalism, isn't there? You don't take that step lightly. But like I said, if you can do it by proxy, feed the bodies, feed the bodies to the pigs, because pigs will eat anything. So I'm told. Feed the bodies to the pigs. Then for a month, only feed the pigs on normal food, not people. Acorns, whatever they can rummage. And then you eat the pigs. Let them clean out the. I'm not saying feed them people and then eat them next week. That seems a little too. Then again, desperation times. But if you can feed the pigs and then keep those ones on a normal diet for a month, like they do here, they let them loose for the last month or three. The is it Iberico? For the Hamon Iberico, I think that's the one with the black toe, the black hoof. Um, they stuff them with acorns for the last month or two of their lives. Not stuff, but I think they're free range. But yeah, you probably don't want to eat them just after they've been eating people. You think it's a pass? You think they're allowed? Yeah, I would. You know. Why are we discussing this again? This was a discussion earlier, folks. If you wanna get the full benefit of this, watch the VOD, watch the video on demand tomorrow. When actually this late, YouTube will probably process it straight away. I think last week's took them about 2 days to process the live chat. I didn't watch it back. I still haven't watched it, so I wouldn't know. But that was the impression I got looking at my control panel, or whatever you want to call it, my behind the scenes studio, I think they call it. But yeah. But if we get to, we're over 4 hours, aren't we? I think that's the tipping point for where they make it available straight away. Within half an hour, quarter of an hour. I've ordered it, Ryan. The fridge is ordered. It will be with a friend in probably Monday, and I expect I'll take receipt Tuesday or Wednesday whenever they're free to bring it through to me. The decision is made. The payments are made. It's en route. So yeah, thank you for letting me test my EcoFlow with yours. I don't know what size yours is. I've gone for the 55. I've gone for the biggie. I just figure more space and more space, and I don't need the portability so much, do I? I don't think. Um, it will be the biggest single upgrade to my life since getting the EcoFlow and the solar panel itself. Um, yeah. I was saying earlier, you weren't here. I was saying that through the day I will probably turn the big compartment into the freezer, and I will freeze bottles of water, make ice, and then I might put those in a separate cooler. I've got a couple of plastic cooler boxes, but now that I've got the ability to make ice, I might do that, partly that, and then at night have ice in the fridge freezer, but turned off. It won't need to be on, or it won't need to be on as much if it's got pop bottles of frozen water, pop bottles of ice in there. That should make it not be a problem to not be running it overnight. Uh, what was it? 50 to 60 watts, wasn't it? So I'd get 4 hours. That would be 4 hours of continuous. I don't know the ratio to between on and off. I don't know how it cycles. Is it on 50% of the time? Um, is it on 50% of the time? Is it on a third of the time? Is it less? Is it more? But yeah, that I'll experiment with different sized bottles of ice, bottles of water that are frozen. Um, but like I said, through the day while I'm making ice, I could take like a whole everything else that's in there that's not in the fridge part. I could have in a bag, just lift out, put in a cool box with some ice, and it'll be fine. It'll be fine. It's going to be a fun experiment. I might be able to make some videos just out of dicking about with that. Um, these things are more efficient if they're kept full. So you always want to have your whether it's a fridge or a freezer, you always want to have it full. So bottles of cold water or stroke ice to pad it if you haven't got anything else to put in are always a good idea. That way, if you get a power cut or if I have a few days where the sun doesn't shine, it should stay cool in there if there's plenty of ice packing it. Um, that's a lesson for anybody out there. Your fridge freezer at home, if you get a power cut, it'll all last much, much longer if you've packed it full. Your freezer in particular. If you've got a lot of empty space in there, just 3/4 fill a pop bottle with water. Put it in, let it freeze, pack the thing full. You get a power cut, you'll get between 3 days and a week in a fridge freezer, depending on its design and efficiency and everything, and how often you're opening it to check whether everything's still frozen. Um, but yeah, a well insulated fridge freezer with lots of ice, fully packed, all really cold when the power goes out, should see you through the power cut really, without losing anything. If it does start to thaw, cook it. Put it back in the fridge, you'll get another 3 or 4 days out of it. When was the last time you had a power cut for longer than a week in the UK? Maybe in some remote valley in Wales. Or in the Highlands and Islands of Scotland, maybe. I don't know, folks. I'm just chatting shit. Where are we for time? I was waiting for. We're there, folks. We are there. Okay. Then I'm going to love you and leave you. Can I see my girl? I can see her, you won't. But I thank you all for joining me Delta Mike down and out in Torrevieja. If you haven't already, thumbs ups are always appreciated. After we finish, a comment rather than a chat. Always good for the algorithm. Maybe watch another video. Don't pick another one that's like 2 hours or 4 hours long, but maybe find a 5 or 10 minute one and just send a signal to the algorithm. Who knows? Okay, folks, we're going to finish in the tradition of the channel. I'll just check, see whether everybody's. You get a day out of it without sore. I'll get more than that if I make enough ice. You wait and see. Okay, mate. Okay, everybody. Let me just do this. She won't like it. You probably can't see her in the dark. And she won't like the light. But here she is. Can I tickle your tongue? Hello, baby. It's my Tina girl. You were asleep, weren't you? Did I wake you? Okay, folks. From Tina. And from me, Delta Mike. Out!